Are we live? Hi everyone. So the case is going on. There's no audio right now. So we'll just wait for
1:30
to hear the arguments. Just coming. So the Supreme Court judges panel, they are having a discussion right now. That's the reason why the mics are muted. So we'll just wait. So far, the petitioners have been have brought up few points, saying that the paper had actually leaked before the exam, way before the question paper has gone into the bank vault. So we know that the question paper was stored in the bank vaults, and the petitioners are now claiming that the question paper was actually leaked before it was stored in the bank vault. Okay, so we don't know if there is any concrete evidence for this, so we'll just take a look at this.
Page 134.
And currently the CBI investigation is going on. The CBI report is not yet public, because since the investigation is going on, they don't want it to affect the current investigation. It's not public yet, but it will be given to the Supreme Court to make a judgment.
Yes, that's my mistake. I'm just trying to. Next is, my lord, 132 is Amit Anand. I'm finding out, my lord. At 133 bottom, possibly your lordships will get the relevant part of Amit Anand.
What is that? What is? Okay, so there's no audio right now. So we'll just quickly go to ZyNerd.com. So we actually have analyzed the center-wise results that have been published, and we have come up with like a portal where you will be able to enter your state, and you'll be able to look at the information. So here I'm putting in Rajasthan, and let's say we're putting in Sikar, for example, and here you can select all the centers, and you can click on get center info. So this will actually give you all the information from this city, okay, and all the centers in the city. You will be able to get this information. So here you can see in Sikar, the number of candidates who scored 701 and 720. In between that, there are 104 candidates, and this constitutes 0.38 of the total candidates who attended the test in Sikar. Okay, so So this is out of the total candidates in SICAR, 0.38 percentage of the candidates scored 701 to 720. The equivalent number for reference for Rajasthan is 352. So in Rajasthan, in total Rajasthan, 352 candidates got above 700, and in SICAR it is 104. Okay, so that is almost 1/3 of it, and in all India it is 1,635. Okay, so this will give you a good idea of what happened in that particular state, in that particular center. You'll be able to evaluate this information. And one thing, audio. So you'll be able to look at this information. Using this. So we will put this up on our description. So if it is not there currently, we'll ask our team to put it up. So this you can go to this website link and you'll be able to look at this information and get the center info. Okay, so we can also try other states like there are places where they are claiming that there is some irregularities in the marks. So we look at this. So places like Howrah, a lot of people have said that there is a issue with the Howrah centers. So Howrah also you can look at it. So number of candidates who got above 700 was 6 candidates, and this constitutes 0.08 of the total candidates who took the test in Howrah. And they are also claiming that inside Howrah there are few centers where there are irregularities, which
Next.
you can also look at this.
32 is Amit Anand.
So
Yes. Amit Anand, my lord, is a middleman. Just to give the context so that your lordship can read the paper, read the statement in the context. But please see 133 at the bottom, some 10th line. उसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए, your lordship gets. Yeah. He was collecting the students on the night of 4th so that he gets the papers on 5th, which is coming in Nitish Kumar's statement. Nitish Kumar was at the place where he received the paper in the morning and students were asked to memorize. 134 is Nitish. Just the page 88. It is Abhitanand's first statement.
So this is as per last time whatever was discussed. The same thing they are repeating now, saying that the whoever did the fraud, they actually collected the candidates by the evening of 4th, and the question paper actually came on the 5th. Okay, so this is again they are referencing this point here because earlier there was a Supreme Court, so there is a question which arose asking what was the time period of the leak? When did the leak actually happen? So that we'll be able to understand how much time actually elapsed between the leak and when the exam happened. Okay, so just to understand what would be the extent of the leak, because the petitioners are claiming that the leak actually happened way earlier. So if it had happened way earlier, then that would mean that the question paper had leaked and spread to lot of people and lot of cities. Okay, so but the council they are saying that the leak actually only happened in the morning of the 5th. So let's hear what the Chief Justice is saying.
Page 89, about the last 10 15 lines, his speech. Got that? His speech. 89, about say 12 lines from the bottom.
Yes.
इसी बीच last 3 words in that sentence, that line, इसी बीच नीट का परीक्षा आ गया था. सिकंदर सो बताया कि चारों लड़कों को
Possibly this is the FIR, not the statement.
Right. तो मैंने
संक्षिप्त वर्तमान अपराध की विस्तृत
statement. This is Anvitan's statement. the entire
अमित आनंद, यस
तो मैंने बताया कि रात हाँ इसलिए रात्रि में बुलाई है,
यस
जहाँ पर सिकंदर के द्वारा सभी चारों लड़कियों को नीट परीक्षा का प्रश्न पत्र लीक करवाकर सभी बच्चों को उत्तर के साथ पढ़वाया एवं बताया जा
रात्रि में बुलाइए, नहीं रात्रि में बुलाइए, कॉल दे। इसी बीच नीट का परीक्षा आ गया था। सिकंदर यादवेंद्र द्वारा बताया गया कि चारों लड़का को कल बुलाए, तो मैंने बताया कि 4/5/24 की रात्रि में बुलाइए, जहां पर सिकंदर यादवेंद्र के द्वारा सभी चारों लड़कों को नीट परीक्षा का प्रश्न पत्र लीक करवाकर सभी बच्चों को उत्तर के साथ पढ़वाया एवं रटवाया जा रहा था। सिकंदर
indicates that the students were being asked to memorize on the night of the 4th, which means that the leak had occurred prior to the 4th. And now this is page 92. This is page 92.
Yes.
This is the statement of Nitish Kumar.
The Nitish Kumar statement, my lord, at page 134 में kindly be sir.
So this is page 92. This is a fresh statement.
Yes.
बीच में
Yes.
बातचीत के क्रम में
समय बातचीत, यस स्वयं से बताया गया कि मेरे पास भी लड़का है जिसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए, नीट की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, उसके बदले में तथा अमित आनंद बताएं कि 30 रुपया लगेगा। सिकंदर तैयार हो गया, बताया कि 4 लड़का हम आप देंगे। नीट परीक्षा से एक दिन पूर्व के संध्या में मैं चिंटू एवं पिंटू मतलब 2 एक्यूज तथा आशुतोष मिलकर लर्नेड प्ले स्कूल में नीट की परीक्षा के लिए आए अभ्यर्थियों को नीट का प्रश्न उत्तर सहित रटवाने लगा। प्रश्न पत्र चिंटू के मोबाइल नंबर स्वयं पर आया था, जिसे अभ्यर्थियों को उत्तर सहित रटवाया दिया गया था तथा परीक्षा समाप्ति के बाद काम हो जाने पर मैं स्वयं के लीक प्रश्न पत्र को के छत पर पानी टंकी के बगल में साक्ष्य मिटाने हेतु आग लगा दिया। इस परीक्षा में मेरे पास कुल 13 अभ्यर्थी थे, जिसे मैंने नीट का प्रश्न पत्र उत्तर सहित रटवाया था। नाउ प्लीज सी माय लॉर्ड 132 134 नीतीश कुमार।
So the judges are discussing something right now. We'll have to check. Currently, there is no audio. Audio has been muted. They are discussing. So we'll just skip this part. Okay.
Just your lordship, my lord, because your lordship will get the context. Thereafter, my lord, it was transferred to EOE. Kindly have a look at, my lord, page 132. Amit Anand's statement recorded by EOU. It's more elaborate and a little more in depth.
So they are discussing about the Patna case right now,
Last word on
the reports and what happened.
दिनांक 4/5 को इनके साला व पत्नी रीना देवी तथा सो जिन्होंने इन्हों गेस्ट हाउस में रुकवा दिया.
Yes, they all gathered at night. That is true.
पूर्व निर्धारित योजना अनुसार दिनांक 4/5 को रात्रि
So they are saying that the students actually gathered together at the night and they were kept together.
एवं नीतीश कुमार को नीट 2024 परीक्षा में आने वाले प्रश्नोत्तर रटवाने के लिए सौंप दिए थे.
They were handed over. You get them memory.
Investigation is botched up by the stand being taken by Government of India. Lord. The matter is under investigation. What kind of stand being taken?
Don't take it Government of India. I am answerable to these students. I am answerable to other students. And more, I am answerable to the court. But let us not do it like this. Yes, but Lord, all of them were gathered.
Amit Anand seems to be suggesting that the question papers were given to the students from memorization on the 9th of the 4th.
No. What happens is, what actually happened during the CBI investigation is, all students were gathered and put at a particular place so as to enable them to memorize as and when the paper is available, which comes, my lord, from the statement of Amit Anand. Lord, please read statement of Amit Anand. Your lordships are on page 132. Lord, I am just reading the bare facts. I am not, Lord, taking any step. Page 132, Amit Anand, my lords. And thereafter Nitish Kumar. And they are giving statements when they were not obviously aware that this would be scrutinized by the court. So this is a first-hand account.
So there is a little bit of misunderstanding here. So they are looking at the reports which regarding the Patna leak case, and so one side they are arguing, saying that only the people had been taken together on the night of the 4th, but the question paper did not arrive to them on the 4th itself. Okay. And other side, they're saying that the CBI investigation is still going on. So this is actually not a matter of, it's not a fact right now. So then they're reading the report which is released by the Patna police, and they are actually reading the transcript right now. So the audio has been muted.
That's all I'm saying. Report, second report, there are 98.
So currently
Before that, would your lordship accept my request of reading two more statements from
okay.
EOU? In this context, please read the report.
Okay.
Incomplete picture in your lordship's mind.
Page.
So they are saying that this report is by EOU because the case was actually transferred from the BR police to EOU. So they had taken up the case.
Lord, para 97 onwards, in the second report, your lordship would find assistance for this particular part.
So they are reading through the report. So we'll get an idea of what they are saying.
You just look at now those two statements you are saying.
132 minutes.
132.
That's Manoj, in the Bihar police statement, a statement recorded by EOU.
You
Initially it was local police, transferred to economic offences wing. Here, Manoj, it is a little more
Economic
detailed.
offences
Page
wing.
132 at the foot.
That is Anita.
Amit Anand, yes, his statement. Kindly come to the next page, 133. I am not skipping what is not relevant either way for the present purpose. Manoj. Kindly see from the 10th line, somewhere 10th line from the bottom. इस पर सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंदु बोले, your lordship gets Manoj,
Yes.
कि उनके पास भी 4-5 लड़का है जो परीक्षा देने वाले हैं, उसे आप परीक्षा में पास करा दीजिए, इसके बदले में स्वयं वे बताए कि 4 लड़का हम आपको देंगे। ये नो काइंडली सी दिस, मतलब ये दिनांक 4/5/24 को रात्रि में सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंदु से उन 4 अभ्यर्थियों का स्वयं से प्राप्त किए तथा अपने कार से चारों को लेकर नीतीश कुमार के पास न्यू बाईपास चले गए। प्लीज मार्क दिस। नीतीश कुमार अपने एवं उनके अन्य अभ्यर्थियों को लेकर लर्निंग बॉयज स्कूल एवं सो में लेकर चला गया, जहां पर सभी विद्यार्थियों को अगले दिन करीब 10 बजे नीट का प्रश्न उत्तर सहित रटवा दिया गया। 10 बजे। नाउ प्लीज सी, ये भी अपने परीक्षार्थी एवं अन्य परीक्षार्थी तथा सिकंदर प्रसाद के साथ परीक्षा केंद्रों पर घूम कर सभी को सेंटर पर पहुंचा दिए और अपने फ्लैट पर पहुंच गए और खाना खाए एक्सेट्रा। काइंडली सी द नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट ऑफ नीतीश कुमार. Nitish Kumar is the person who not only brings students, he was at that school, Learn Boys School. But your lordships can come to page 134, 7 lines from the bottom. उसके बाद दिनांक 4/5 के लॉर्डशिप के page 134. I can read the whole, but it may not assist either way for this particular purpose of date. But does your lordship get the date? उसके बाद दिनांक 4/5 को रात्रि में अमित आनंद द्वारा सेटिंग किए गए 6 लड़के जो अमित ने मुझे नई बाईपास अपने कार से लाकर दे दिए थे, सिकंदर प्रसाद यादवेंद्र के 4 लड़के तथा अमित आनंद के 2 लड़के को लर्न बॉय हॉस्टल एवं लर्न बॉय स्कूल जो रामाकृष्ण नगर में है पर लेकर गया। वहां सभी लड़कों को चिंटू उर्फ बलदेव कुमार पिता सो गांव सो एवं सो को हैंडओवर कर दिए। इनसे इनकी बात सो के मोबाइल नंबर सो पर होती रही। यह हॉस्टल एवं स्कूल आशुतोष कुमार द्वारा किराए पर लिया हुआ है। आशुतोष कुमार इज द ओनर ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रीमाइसेस वेयर दिस हैपेंड, जिसने इनका संपर्क सो के माध्यम से इसी काम से लिए हुआ था। नाउ रीड दिस। जिसे चिंटू और सो ने एक दिन के लिए सेट किया था और आशुतोष कुमार से मोटे रकम में हिस्सेदारी की बात की थी। दिनांक 5/5 को चिंटू के मोबाइल के व्हाट्सएप पर
Statements 88 and 132 are at variance.
at variance.
88, he says that the leak had taken place on the night of the 4th, when the question paper was given to these candidates for memorization. 132, he says that it was received on the mobile of Chintu in the morning on the 5th, and then was given for to the students rata lagane ke liye diya. So Amit Anand's two statements are a little at variance.
Amit Anand's first
And Nitish is also at variance, but Nitish's first statement is also 4/9. Like,
but
all first statements seem to indicate that the leak takes place on the night of the 4th.
I must tell your lordship, on the
So how was this defined to?
Okay, so currently there is a contradiction here. So in one place, they are saying that that the leak, the paper was received through WhatsApp on the 4th itself. Sorry, on the 5th morning, And in other place, they are saying that the question paper was given to the candidates on the 4th evening itself, and they were asked to memorize. So there is a conflict here. We don't know what is the truth.
Answer that, my lord, when my turn comes. But, my lord, kindly appreciate this.
So the Supreme Court, the judges are asking what is the truth, because there is two contradictory statements in the report.
Consider, because the line which we are following of inquiry, if the leak has taken place on the night of the 4th, then obviously the leak has not taken, it would take place from the strong room of SBI or Canara Bank. Nobody can access the strong room. Then obviously the leak took place not in the process of the papers being transferred to the examination center. It takes place at a prior point of time, prior to the storage in the vault.
Which we have examined and found to be every thing to be intact, I'll be able to show. But please see, my lord, statement of Chintu at page 230.
That's two of the problem solvers. Problem solvers are at least 7.
Correct.
All problem solvers are students. None of them is a professor. Nobody is that of that level of an expert. They're all students.
I was told that for this work, professors, the students are better qualified because they have recently prepared everything. They have the computer with them. They have books with them.
They are from James Patna. One is from Ranchi, and 2 are brought from Rajasthan.
Now, what is
So
done?
currently, so they are discussing the solvers. So currently, we know that there were 7 solvers, and there was also one engineering graduate who was a solver. So who has been recently caught. So we'll. I don't know if all this information is available there.
Investigation because maybe there is some personal linkage or something. But what they did was they bifurcated the papers. So each got 25 to 30 questions each. And they had 25 to 30 questions with a reasonable knowledge, and with help of computer and books, you can always solve. And we have also, Manoj, can you bear one factor in mind? We have done an exercise after the last hearing as to what is the success rate in this particular center, this particular city, and overall state, and we compared it with 22 and 23. There is no abnormal. Even in this, which I'll be able to show. And Manoj, kindly 236. Manoj, page 236 and last one.
So currently, there is a lot of discussion going on between themselves. But the reason why they are having this discussion is because of the counseling process. So whether the counseling process should continue as planned. So they have said that the counseling process will start from the 24th. So 24th meaning the counseling itself won't start on the 24th. They will start releasing the notifications, and they'll open the registration and so forth. And we all know that in MCC All India Counseling, when before the counseling process starts, 7 or 10 days before, they will release the PWD notice. Before that, the NMC will put a schedule, and then the NRI quota conversion, all this will happen. So at least it will take 7 to 10 days. So even if they start the counseling by the 24th, we can expect the actual counseling to start by the end of July or the start of August. Okay, so that's how it will be. So let's look at what they say.
236. Yes, Chintu Baldev Kumar Manoj, at the last para. Dinank 5/5 are in earlier statement of Chintu also. No, he was arrested only on that.
So these are people who were arrested by the BR police or
local police. So there is only one statement. We have our statement recorded after.
So what it looks like is they are trying to make make decisions based on this report, but which we don't know if it is completely accurate or if it is if it captures the entire actuality of what happened.
This is also a statement.
So current. So since the CBI investigation is going on,
Same statement.
This
But it's the same statement. I don't know why they would repeat it, but
is 232.
yes, my lord. And if your lordship sees, my lord, page 231. 231?
Yes.
Yes. Look, the same is I was showing at 236. So it appears to be a repetition. But I'll read, my lord, from 231, my lord, as your lordship have seen. दिनांक 5/5/24 को 9 बजे प्रातः तक करीब 24-25 नीट यूजी 2000 परीक्षा देने वाले अभ्यर्थी वहां पर जमा हो गए थे। मैं पीने वाला पानी का बोतल भी वहां गाड़ी से पहुंचाया था। दिन के करीब 10 बजे रॉकी ने मेरे पास मौजूद नए मोबाइल पर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र भेजा। मामा संजीव एवं रॉकी के गिरोह के एक लड़के ने मुझे वाईफाई प्रिंटर दिया था, जिसे नीतीश कुमार द्वारा लर्न प्ले स्कूल छपरा के रूम में सेट किया गया था। सो एंड सो द्वारा भी एक वाईफाई प्रिंटर दिया गया था। सबसे पहले सो एंड सो का सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र मिला, जिसे हमें लोगों ने मोबाइल को वाईफाई प्रिंटर से कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व कर दिया। As and when they started not solving the papers, they started giving. It was not given in one go. First was biology. कनेक्ट कर सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र का प्रिंट निकाला और उपस्थित सभी अभ्यर्थी को सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र का प्रिंट रखने के लिए दिया। इसके बाद फिजिक्स और केमिस्ट्री का सॉल्व किया हुआ प्रश्न पत्र एक साथ मिला।
but they're not. So they are saying that the question paper was received and then it was solved, then it was given to the candidates. But again, we are not very clear on when it actually happened. Did it happen on the 4th evening or the 5th morning? So that is a question that keeps coming up. Because as we know that the question paper were stored in the bank vault. So either it could have been taken from the bank vault in the 5th morning, or it would have been taken before on the way to the bank vault. That is what they're saying. So if it had actually been leaked before it reached the bank vault, then that would have been more time for the leak to spread, right? Which calls into the question of the level of breach.
Yes, or all India data or whatever. We have all India data.
I will show.
We hear them on the response of the data.
Okay, so
Allow me first, just give there.
Only 236. Manoj, this party wala is not. 236, which
video
I was
is not
reading,
very
is the
clear right
same
now.
which your lordships.
Might be some issue
Yeah,
with the
I
streaming.
do not know why they are two similar statements.
All the other people are members of the cabinet. Anurag Yadav's first statement.
They've read Anurag. They've read Anurag. They've got that statement. Anurag Yadav says, I got it on the night of the 4th.
Yes.
But now, anyway, we still have to see whether it's localized. Assuming for a moment, that the theory that the paper was distributed, that the solved question papers were made available at about 10:15, and between 9:20 and 10:15, these 7 chaps solved all the questions and gave them a book to issue. Assume that we, for a moment, we may not entirely accept that. We have to hear the other side. Even so, is the league systemic or is it only confined to Hazaribagh and Patna? That is establish something on the basis of data.
Yes,
Show us now what the data tells.
but before I come to data,
Up to now, we are only focused on Hazaribagh and Patna, right? Whether the leak takes place in the morning of the 5th, as CBI is telling us, whether it took place in the morning of the 9th or the 4th, therefore the leak took place before lodging in the vault. How widespread is it? We don't have any other material apart from this that you have shown to indicate that the leak was so widespread that it has gone all over the country. Now show us the data which will
allow me, but just 4-5 minutes before I come to the data. Because between the last date and today, we have got a lot of information that how actually this exam is being conducted by this NTA. Very briefly, because
Video is not very clear right now. We'll have to.
Conducted in a much better way.
I'm not on that.
That way, you will see what they are doing in the future.
Why a particular data is as such. Just give me 2-3 minutes before that. NDA, on the first date, this honorable court put it to them. Give us the complete chart that where the printing happened, how much time printing, how much time it reached the center, then where deposited, what time it was taken out, taken to the center, how much time is the examination.
As we still find out now, printing takes place. The CBI third report tells us where printing takes place.
Two places, different states, and they are never declared or tendered.
We don't want to mention that because obviously that is
We don't also tender, because otherwise the highest tenderer becomes open. That he is the printer, whoever is the highest tenderer becomes the printer.
From CBI's third report, we find out the name of one place where the printing press was situated, where it says 28th April, it had left that printing.
If your lordships, I'll take your lordship through the journey of the papers from the printing press till the school, and what are the checks and balances on real-time basis. That there is some tempering, it would be noticed. That I'll be able to show.
Very briefly capture that.
Okay, so there's also looking into the process of the question paper, where it is printed, how it is being transported and everything. So there is also a chance that the leak would have happened at the place of the printing itself. So the council, they are saying that the printing actually took place in two places and it is not disclosed, and there was no process of giving out a tender also. So that means they are saying that it is random and the leak is the chance of leak is very minimal. So we'll look into the further argument.
24th of April, they say that the dispatch happens to different centers. So far as Hazaribagh is concerned, 28th of April. Everywhere the question paper was to reach the respective banks on 3rd of May, and 5th of May is the examination. So the question paper remained in private hands for fairly long time, from 24th of April till 3rd of May. I leave it there. They say that from everywhere, the center in charge will go to the bank in the morning. I'm showing the mechanism and how brittle and fragile the mechanism is, that the entire mechanism which they have followed.
Wait, just give us the facts.
Yes. Now, in the morning, they say 8:15, the center in charge of the examination will reach the bank to collect the paper. What has actually happened, which is the documents on record, taking example of Dayal School, Bahadurgarh, Jhajjar, Hardayal School, Bahadurgarh, Jhajjar, the principal of the center goes to both the banks, collect papers from both the banks, distributes the paper taken from Canara Bank. Paper even taken from Canara Bank is allowed to be attempted for all 3 hours and 20 minutes. And then they say that we over and above, because on 4th of April, they did not declare any other key except the key for SBI bank question paper. When it appeared that from this Hardayal School, Jhajjar, there are 6 candidates who get number 1, 100% marks, 720 out of 720. 2 candidates get 719 and 718. So it came out that how come from this center 8 people comes within first 69 and this number is not possible. NTA came out with a theory that no, we have given a grace marks because there is a delay. I have seen the video of the principal of this Hardayal school, which says, and it is openable even now, which says that there was no delay in this center. In fact, we distributed Canara Bank paper when it was already half an hour.
The correct said was the SBI.
That's right. That's right.
Anyway.
And they declared entire country.
It's not every
Entire country.
entire country was SBA. Yes, your lordship.
Of course, different configurations as the Mishra said, because the questions will be jumbled up.
Even in the one classroom,
Yeah, yeah. Obviously.
in one classroom also,
They teach each other can't know which is the order.
which is the order. One of the things which is going on in the social media is that two numbers sitting with each other, both got 600 marks. How is it possible? But both would have, the system is that both sitting in front and back and both sitting on the sides, they have different marks.
Same order.
They don't have. My question number 1 would be his question number 18.
So that is the prediction.
So we can't even do that. Orthodox way of cheating also is
Let
not
me
possible.
place the hard fact on it, how they have done it. So Hardayal school, admittedly, they distributed Canara Bank. The Canara Bank question paper was attempted by all the about 500 people in the
For how long?
for till 5:20 is the last time. There's no delay. The principal is on record of the school and they say,
So it's not that in the middle of the exam they substitute the SBI.
but that happened Savai Madhopur. I'll come to that. Hardayal school, Canara Bank paper was given in the first instance when Canara Bank paper was not to be the paper to be attempted. How come it was even given to them? What is the SOP? How meticulously they followed it, what they say is. And the principal got question paper from both the banks and both banks gave it.
Since bit of query on the procedural, one set is lodged with CanBank, one is with SBI. Now, the center in charge on the morning of the exam goes to both the banks and takes the
No.
question.
The city in charge is informed that this is the bank from where you will have to collect the paper.
Let's see on the day of the exam.
In the morning at 7
So
o'clock.
the city in charge will inform all the centers in charge in the morning that you have to go to this particular branch.
Particular center.
Now, how did this chap at Jhajjar go and collect it from Canara Bank when he must have been told that you have to go to the SBI to collect the paper.
That maybe a mistake or something. Or deliberate. But paper was
Now, Jhajjar, we just wanted to some clarity on Jhajjar. So he collects the paper from the Canara Bank.
correct, Manoj.
Students write throughout the 3 hours and 20 minutes. They write the Canara Bank sets of questions. Now, thereafter, what happens in Jhajjar? Everybody is given grace marks. What happens in Jhajjar?
What they say is because they never disclose E for Canara Bank paper.
1 second, let's have clarification.
Yes, Manoj.
Okay, so there is some confusion here. So how the process works is, so they are saying that the question papers will be stored in two centers. Okay, so one is the Canara Bank center and other is the SBI center. And on the 5th morning, the center in charge will be intimated on which from which bank the question paper has to be taken. So these are obviously different sets of question paper. So from which center the question paper has to be taken and distributed to the candidates. Okay, so that is point number 1. And so they are saying that in this particular case, the center in charge actually went to both the banks to collect the question paper. We don't know if this is true. That's what they're claiming. They're claiming that this is what has happened, and because of that, they have taken both the question paper and they have distributed the Canara Bank set. Okay, so after the Canara Bank set has been distributed and the students actually completed the exam, they actually wrote the exam for 3 hours and 20 minutes. After that, they have been given grace marks, which doesn't make sense is what they are saying. So they are saying that they wrote the whole exam with the Canara Bank question paper for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Then what is the reason for giving grace mark is the question that comes up.
Let's take the official word first.
So Chief Justice is informing them to elaborate on what actually happened, because there is some confusion on why the both question paper were actually taken from the bank, and the point of giving grace marks also will be discussed. So the mic is muted from the Supreme Court side, so we'll have to wait for the audio to be back. Then we'll have an idea of what they're saying. So so today's argument, there has been a slight shift in the way it is being conducted. So earlier they were talking about the paper leak, and now the petitioners. We'll come back to this.
Your lordships are aware the number of candidates have increased. As a result whereof, we have to increase the number of centers also and city coordinators also. This place was added for the first time in 2024 as an examination center. Perhaps the city coordinator must not have seen the message that you have to pick it up from this place. As a result thereof, this happened to be picked up from both the places.
But are the banks not informed that we don't release the Canada paper to anybody, release only the State Bank of India paper? It's because the vaulting charge has been informed after paper selling that after distribution.
The authorization is given
Because the NPA would inform the city in charge. City in charge will relay the message to the center in charge. But will a message not go to the bank also that all right, Can Bank आपको अपने लॉकर में ही रखना है, State Bank of India का जो पेपर है वो आपको distribute करना है.
It's a good question. So they are actually questioning the process.
No, at the center in charge. How do you go to Canada Bank paper?
That is a mistake on their part.
All is Canada Bank's mistake.
At both places, city coordinator.
But anyway, so the judge in charge gets the center in charge gets the Canada Bank paper that is distributed to the candidates. And the candidates write the entire exam for 3 hours, 20 minutes on the Can Bank paper.
And this is at 8 centers. The number of such candidates who got Canada Bank paper is 3,307. And their sequence is MNOP. And we have used the
So at Judge, among the 8 centers.
8 centers.
So
And
eight.
everywhere there's
All over India, it has happened at 8 centers.
all over India.
All over India. Some places, it's like Chhattisgarh, your lordships came to know.
And the wrong question paper.
Yes, not confined to
The
Judge.
papers are of the same difficulty level. It's not as if one is simpler and another.
At 8 centers, the wrong booklet was distributed.
Yes.
Which was the Can Bank booklet.
Yes. Only two booklets are available. There is the
Then what happened in Judge? Then the students wrote the whole of the paper for 3 hours, 20 minutes from
Yes.
Judge.
Because of the situation, that it could not be discovered by them that we have distributed a wrong paper. It came to the knowledge much later. As a result whereof, it was considered
Then
more
what happened?
appropriate.
Then what happened?
It was considered more appropriate to allow them to attempt this question paper only.
First they give
But
grace
okay, they didn't understand what happened. So the students are allowed, they appeared for the entire examination in the
Yes, in the cases of Canada Bank question paper.
Okay, so they are also questioning the process of giving the grace mark. So they are saying that without any proper evidence or without properly analyzing the situation, the grace marks have been given. So the petitioners are saying that the process of NTA itself is in the wrong, right? So that is the angle that they are coming from. Let's see what happens.
It's difficulty level of this question. Both the papers, because if anyone can be distributed, are modulated by the experts to be of the same level.
Now, where was the occasion to give totally how many students at these 8 centers?
8 centers, total number of students is 3,307.
So total of 8 centers. So this issue has happened in total of 8 centers across India, and around 3,000 something candidates have been affected because of this. Okay.
Initially, NTA takes a decision to award grace marks to those.
No, it's only after it came to be realized that some places the loss of time was there. Only then the decision was taken.
Loss of time is what?
After realizing, when the complaints are there, students approach the honorable courts also saying that because of wrong distribution of paper, we could not avail the exact number of exact time which is available to the others.
Why? Because students had appeared for the full 3 hours 20 minutes. It is not. It is not as if the correct paper was circulated midway through the exam. Suppose sometimes what happens is that the incorrect paper is given. From algebra, you give the English paper. By the time the algebra paper comes, half an hour has gone by. Students were never given the SBI paper at these exams. They were given only their campaign paper.
Judge, this happened. At some places, this was withdrawn and correct paper was also given. There are centers where this happened, like in Chhattisgarh.
Now, how many centers was how many centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
I am appearing for NTMs.
Okay, so here they are saying that this happened in 8 centers where the wrong question paper was distributed, and in certain centers what has happened is the students have actually returned the complete examination. They have finished the examination with the Canara Bank question paper itself. But in some centers, few centers, they are saying that the Canara Bank question paper was distributed, but then in the middle of the exam, they have actually retracted the paper, and we don't know how much time actually elapsed in these centers, but they are saying that the question paper was withdrawn and a different question paper was given to the candidates to write the exam. So when the time became 5:20 to complete the exam, candidates couldn't complete the exam because they didn't have enough time, right? So they are saying that this has happened in few centers. But they are also claiming that the question papers are of equal levels of difficulty. So if question papers are of equal levels of difficulty, then this changing of question paper from this Canara Bank question paper to SBI also doesn't make sense. But this might be on an individual level. This would have happened because of the center in charge. That might have been an issue. So we'll look into it.
Centers was the incorrect question paper withdrawn?
That's all. In some centers, even after realizing that instead of Canara, SBI is given, or
they continue to write.
They continue to write in 3 hours 20 minutes time allotted was given. So
That
we
is
are not concerned
that
with
seems
that.
fine.
In some cases,
They withdrew that.
they withdrew it halfway and said that now we are giving you another, because
How many centers is that?
that figure is about 1-3.
Oh, this many. So currently they said 8 centers. Only in 8 centers the question. Okay, so there is some confusion here. So initially they said only in 8 centers there have been a mistake. Only in 8 centers, and now the figure they are saying that where the question paper are withdrawn, they are telling a higher number. We'll check if it is a mistake.
I'll come to all that, but if they can respond to
63 students were such that we, as per our examination, that they were the papers were taken back halfway and they were asked to complete the new paper within that 320 minutes.
but where they attempt
That would
only
not
Canara
happen.
Bank. But halfway is a different story. But halfway is a different story. First is the Canara Bank.
At 8 centers, we found that wrong booklet was distributed. That all these 8 centers, the students complete the examination only in the Canara Bank booklet.
So there is some clear confusion here, and they are not prepared with actual data. So what has happened?
8 centers. 8 centers, right?
We will further bifurcate.
Now tell us, in which, how many centers apart from these 8 was the wrong booklet withdrawn and the correct booklet
Yes,
given to the
I will give the correct number of that also.
Yeah, just
So they don't have that data.
just sit down.
Okay, so that data is not available. So they're saying that they'll collect the data and provide it. Okay, so they are discussing right now. So if you're interested to look at this in the center-wise results, we know that the center-wise results was published, and if you want to look at this information, we have it on our portal. This is the link to it: portal.zynerd.com/neet-center-info. Okay, if you go to this website and click on the state, click on the city, and you can also click on the center, or you can let's say you go to a different center, you'll have a city, you'll have a lot of centers, and under that you can even click on the overall information and check this information. So this will give you an idea of the marks across these centers.
I received the instructions.
Okay, so we'll look at what they're saying.
The judger has 3 sectors.
So
In one, the entire Canara paper was attempted and nobody disturbed the students thereafter.
So here they are discussing only the Judger city, and they are saying that in Judger 3 centers were there, and in these 3 centers, in one center the Canara paper was given, but it was not withdrawn. Okay, so in
Remaining 2, realizing the mistake, the paper was taken back halfway and new paper was given.
so they are saying halfway, but
Therefore, they claim they get sufficient time,
okay.
which was true.
Right. Now, why were the grace marks added then?
Initially, my lord, it was decided, which according to me, my lord, was not a very correct decision, that there is some judgment of your lordships in case of a null's claim, my lord, that if there is a time problem, if time is less, time available to the student is less, then this is the methodology by which you give the grace marks. That grace marks were given. Thereafter, my lord, that decision was
We call it a retest.
yes, that was those who did not get the time will get a new paper and new 3-hour 20.
Okay, so this is
Yes.
Now, these 50, 60 students were drawn from which center?
Lord, wherever there was a time.
so they were just so the information that was given right now was about the centers in Judger, and now they are so the judge is asking, in Judger 1 center there was no problem, in 2 other centers there was problem, correct? So we don't know the actual number of count of how many students actually had this issue, and they are saying that 1500 approximately 1500 candidates wrote the re-exam, but that number might be from all over India wherever there was a issue with the time. So this issue might not be isolated only to Judger, and like they said there were 8 centers across India where this issue was there, and out of that 3000 students, 1500 something students have been awarded, the retest have been conducted for these students. Okay.
Retest is held that really now.
There are 2, 3 things into it. One, why grace marks to one key, that is the SBI Bank question paper key. There was no Canara Bank paper key.
Okay,
So
1 second.
how they evaluated those people without declaring a key?
Now this grace mark was given initially to whom?
Its grace mark was given to the center numbers which we have given.
So they are also bringing up the concept of grace marks. Okay, so 1,563 candidates were awarded grace marks, and the grace marks were retracted, and then a retest had happened. Okay, so now they are questioning the process of grace mark itself, how the grace mark was given. It's a very good question. We'll look into it.
Which is one.
Was the grace mark given to only those who had to give, who got the SBI paper in the midstream, or what?
Grace marks were given only to those persons from whom the paper was initially given, which was withdrawn, and subsequently given the correct paper. But that is all. In some,
Now what happened to those students who appeared in the wrong paper, the Can Bank paper?
their marks were given on the basis of the answer key of their sequence paper.
And they were not made to have the reading.
No, no.
Because the level of difficulty is up. Now, so therefore,
See, all this, there is a lot of confusion here regarding these candidates actually had an issue, and that is the reason why the grace marks were given, and then subsequently a retest was, the grace marks were retracted, and then a retest was conducted, right? So there's a lot of question which comes into this, but it would, all this confusion and misunderstanding would be solved if they just released the actual roll number with the all India rank, right? So then the proper analysis will be conducted, and then this problem will be solved much easier.
they could complete.
Be counted as 1560.
Which would after that 1.5.
Agreed upon reports of city coordinators and CCTV footage.
Again, so there is, the problem here is the transparency, right? So all this happened, the grace marks were awarded, and then the grace marks are awarded, and then 1,563 candidates were asked to attend the retest. So all this happened because of NTA. And the thing is, there is no transparency, right? That is the whole thing here, where candidates are not able to look at the data. They are not able to look at the data, and there is obviously a lack of trust. So all this asking for re-NEET and blaming NTA is all happening because there is no trust. The trust has been lost by the NTA because of the lack of transparency and the decision that they have made. So this all of this is being questioned right now. So they are discussing right now. We'll wait. So the petitioners are trying their best to actually show that so earlier we had spoken about the validity of the exam, right? So the Supreme Court had said that under 3 circumstances there is a possibility of re-NEET. So one circumstance is the systemic failure. So if there is a systemic failure, and then if there is a systemic failure and that is being identified properly, then re-NEET will happen, right? That is one thing. Second is the breach of the exam. So here they are saying that the question paper was leaked, and it was leaked much earlier, on the maybe even in the printing stage, or during the transportation stage, or even in the morning of the exam. So there is a breach factor is also there, and they're also talking about the level of breach. So the level of breach, we don't have the numbers, right? The level of breach can only be estimated based on the time the leak happened. So if the leak happened in the morning of the exam, then the level of leak would be low, right? So that is a manageable situation. But if the leak had happened much earlier, then there is a high probability that the question paper would have spread throughout India, and that could have caused the rank inflation. That is also their thing. And the third point is they are saying that some of them have cheated, right? So some of them have cheated in the exam, and because of that, and because of it, there is a unfair advantage that comes to them, right? But they are also saying that they are not able to separate this person, like who has actually cheated, who is not actually cheated. So they use the term separation of tainted from the untainted. So they are not able to separate this from who's cheated and who's not cheated, and that could also be a concern for re-NEET. Okay, so these are the factors. So currently the petitioners are also attacking the point number 1, which is that the NEET exam is a systemic failure and failure by NTA. So that is also they are saying, and the second point they are saying is the breach happened much earlier. Okay, before even the question paper went into the bank lockers. And then the third point also they are saying that the investigation by the CBI is going on right now, and we don't know who all were actually cheated and who all didn't cheat. Okay, so if you are not able to differentiate this, okay, then that is also a reason for re-NEET. So they are bringing up these points. Let's see how this is going to be addressed.
One of them at wrong. That was 100% two at Jhajjar. Yes, please.
Where the wrong booklet was distributed and then recalled.
We called and grace mark was given to those
Now, this, 8 centers across India, the same position that the papers were withdrawn.
But time was not sufficient, and therefore grace mark. Out of 4750 centers, this occurred in 8 centers. 4,750 the total number of centers throughout the country.
So 8 it happened that the wrong booklet was
Wherever, for example, Jhajjar, out of 3, 1 they completed. They were not.
They have not been given a detail, they are being
Yes.
so 1.
They are evaluated based on their answers.
Actually incorrect. Let me clarify. Another senior colleague gave 3,300 are the total student where the wrong booklet was given, withdrawn midway.
No.
And
Allowed to continue 3,000. It's they are 3,000 were allowed to continue 3,300 wrong paper. They attempted the wrong question paper. Okay, 150. Yes.
now,
Okay, so there is again some confusion here. So they are saying that 3,000 something candidates were given the wrong paper, right? But there is a small confusion of if the set of candidates are who got the wrong paper but they were retracted, was it the 3,000 candidates, or was it the 3,000 candidates who were, that also includes the candidates who were given the wrong paper but they completed the exam on time, so they didn't have any issues. So but the petitioners are saying that the 3,000 were given the question paper and then retracted, which might be a misunderstanding.
next question comes is, on 4th of June when they declared the result, on their website they declared only one key. One key means only
SBI.
SP. They didn't declare any other. How they evaluated Canara Bank questions which was attempted, and where is the separate result they declared for this 3,000 people who attempted Canara Bank paper?
Key for Canada Bank.
There is no key declared by them till today.
Okay, so that is a fair point because we know that when the answer key was published, only one answer key was published. It was not.
Let me show it today now. No, not 1, 2.
Right. Now I'll tell you what. This is all okay. Now show us the data. Let's go to the
Let me complete with it. Now in this Hardayal school, where originally there were 8 people who came,
at the end of it, assuming that the problem happened.
data is
that
circumstantial evidence.
they are looking at the entire country now. Show us the data. That's the heart of the matter.
I will just allow me 2 minutes, because this,
At 2 minutes, 11:25.
in the meantime, they started. Let me just quickly complete it. I was dealing with Hardyal school. Allow me to just to complete 2-3 centers and then I'll straight away come to the data. Hardyal school, 500 students, they attempted Canara Bank paper. Just notice in word and let them respond at the end.
All right, we just Hardyal school. Jhajjar, no?
That's right, Bahadurgarh Jhajjar.
Yes.
Canara Bank paper. No Canara Bank paper key available till date. After re-examination, this all the students were taken in the re-examination. Though there was no delay, admittedly, in distributing question paper.
So all the students at this Hardyal school have been required to do a re-exam.
And in the re-examination, about 50% of them appeared, 50% of them did not appear.
That's also very spooky. Why would 50% not appear?
That's right. Only 813 out of 1563 in total appeared in the re-examination. That's also data.
Now these 1563 are drawn from how many centers?
Lord, this they have not disclosed. They never disclosed it, how many centers.
So this again brings into the thing of transparency. If NTA had been very transparent from the beginning, saying that there has been a mistake and we are awarding grace marks and to these candidates with these roll numbers in these centers, but all this wasn't disclosed. So again, petitioners are bringing that up.
And as my Nandan rightly pointed out, they were given an option to retain the earlier marks.
And
They
all
didn't
is,
take a chance. That
and
was-
all is being done behind the curtain. Nothing was declared. Every day they have been giving press release, but with regard to this, there is not a single press release.
Looks like this is going to drag the whole day. We don't know if there is going to be a decision that will be taken today. And we still haven't started looking at the data. And the one more thing about the petitioners are probably delaying this looking at the data because there is not much to infer from the data, right? If they had actually given the proper roll number and all India rank and based on the centers, we would have been able to make a better analysis, but only the marks were given and the serial numbers were given, the roll number wasn't given. So there is some issues here. And we have actually looked at the data completely, and we have actually done a proper analysis. And you can look at this here. You can look at this information on our portal, portal.zynerd.com, NEET UG Center Info. Okay, so you can go to this. We will put this link on the description, so you can take a look at this. And also, we will also be doing a statewise analysis, and we'll be publishing a PDF in our statewise group. So we have a Telegram group link here, link below. You can join our Telegram group, and that will and you'll be able to ask your queries in the group. And one very important thing that we are going to do is we are going to look at this analysis of the marks and whatever information that we can pull out and make predictions for this year, we will be doing that. Okay, and whenever you're looking at this data, so there is state, correct? So inside the state, there are many cities. So the variation in marks could happen depending on the city. So for example, cities like Sikar and Kota in Rajasthan, these are cities where there are a lot of coaching centers, right? And a lot of candidates would have studied there and they would have returned the exam there, right? So there is obviously a deviation in these centers where there were coaching centers, and places like Rajkot in Gujarat also there has been some deviation. But one question which comes is, inside a state there can be deviation in cities, right? That is normal because of the coaching centers. Like in the metros and main cities where there are coaching centers, obviously the marks will be higher. You will see the numbers clearly reflecting in the data. But in peripheries, in smaller cities and towns, their number might be lower. Okay. And but if there is, when you're looking at the data, what you need to check is inside a city, in the centers, if there is a huge variation in the data, in the marks, inside a city, in different centers, if there are variation, that could give us a clue on if there has been a malpractice or not, or if there is a abnormality or not. Okay, so that is something that you'll have to look at. So stay tuned and join our Telegram group, and we'll be posting the state-wise numbers PDF in the group. Using this, you'll be able to predict. Around 90 to 95%. You'll be able to make a prediction for your this year. For this year, you'll be able to make a prediction and look at the possibilities with using the ZyNerd data. Okay. So we'll go back to this video.
Just make a note of these 4 points. One, how many centers were the Canara Bank papers distributed? At how many centers totally
Okay,
were
so they're
Canara
bringing.
Bank question booklets distributed? Two,
So this the judges are being very careful with the data here. So they are asking. So whenever they ask a question, they are pulling out the data and they're providing the data, but they are also clearly asking the numbers right now, and they're giving them time to actually pull the data and show evidence for it. So let's look at what questions they are asking.
those centers, in how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced? Yes. At how many centers were the correct question booklets replaced in view of the State Bank of India? Third, how many centers totally where the questions which were evaluated were the Canara Bank paper, the Canara Bank papers? Whether there were any centers which were evaluated on the basis of the Canara Bank booklet. The paper was evaluated. And fourth, once the Canara Bank papers were evaluated, how did the candidates fare then?
With the key which they have never declared till date. Canara Bank.
Why did not declare the key of the Canara Bank papers?
Yes.
Fifth,
Yes.
and finally, I want to know this, that before I formulate the question, suppose you and I go to Canara Bank or to State Bank of India and say, give me the question paper. You will not be given the question paper, right? How does Can Bank know that I am the right person who is authorized to? So there has to be a letter of authorization, right? Now, who issues the letter of authorization? Letter of authorization issued by the district in charge.
So the whole process is being evaluated right now.
To the city superintendent as well as center coordinator.
Now, what does the person take to the bank? Suppose I am the center in charge. Will I have an authorization both for SBI and for Cash Bank, or I have only one authorization? Just ask them.
These are very good questions for understanding the process of NTA. So let's look at this.
Only city coordinator is authorized, not center.
So the city coordinator is authorized to go to one of the two banks.
Yes.
Now, therefore, that authorization is given to the city coordinator when? But is the authorization given for both the banks or only one bank?
I think should be for both banks logically. It is given, authorization is given 3 days prior to the exam
For both the banks.
for both the banks.
And the city coordinator.
He is informed in the morning that you go to one of these banks and collect.
Right now, if the city coordinator, suppose city coordinator was told in the morning of the 5th that you have to go to SBI, right? Now that city coordinator would have all the centers in that city will be under his control. Right? Now, with the city coordinator in this case at Thatcher, go to the CanBank and get CanBank papers which were then distributed to all the centers in his jurisdiction, or some centers got SBI and some centers got.
Then actually will correct.
Collected both.
He collected both.
Collected both.
How did the city coordinator collect both? I mean, city coordinator at Thatcher, he should have gone only to SBI, right? Now, he went to CanBank and he went to SBI both. Now, all the centers under him, did he distribute the CanBank question paper?
That's one center CanBank paper was questioned after was distributed, which was allowed to be continued. Two centers, the question paper was distributed CanBank, but it was withdrawn and SBI was given, that resulting in loss of time.
All CanBanks distributed, two of them realized the mistake,
And
withdrew
Who realized the mistake?
out of the center body.
No, but the center coordinator will
Not normally, no, we'll take a.
center presidents are different. City coordinator is for all the three centers.
right. So at Thatcher there were three centers, right? So he distributed the CanBank paper to all three.
All three initially. And let's say from two, it was withdrawn and correct question paper was distributed.
Then why did he not withdraw it from one?
That we have to let's ask.
If he realized that he has made a mistake, he would have gone to all the three centers and said, look, I better get to the correct center. Why?
Time lapse may be the only reason it was realized at the other center. By that time, maybe the time gap had gone beyond the reasonable time.
Take instructions of that.
Yes, we will take specific instructions. We'll prepare a note on all these 6 questions, and
You're right. Authorization will be given in advance. You got the authorization. Then he's informed how? He's informed on his phone.
on what it's app, which is created for the purpose of coordination.
Who informs him?
There is an
The
NTA app.
director and the NTA will inform everyone across the country.
Yes, through the specific app created for this purpose of
That will be informed at 8 o'clock or so.
5 o'clock in the morning.
5 o'clock.
There is an
And
application.
he was informed, go to the SBI.
Yes,
He went to both.
yes.
But is CanBank not informed that, look, your paper now don't distribute? Directors in the NTA would be informing the CanBank that, look, your paper is not to be distributed. And you would inform SBI that your paper is to be distributed, right?
Message goes to both the custodian as well as the city coordinator.
Then how did
Where the
CanBank,
lapse has taken,
how did CanBank distribute it?
where the lapse has taken place, we'll find out minutes and
Has to be a.
Right.
the lapse is there.
But, there is another blunder. Hardayal school, in the first instance, despite the Canara Bank paper was given, allowed to be attempted, they gave grace marks to the students who appeared in the Hardayal school. And because of grace marks, 2 of the 8 students who came in the first round of
Hardayal school, where the CanBank paper was distributed,
yes,
students have been given grace.
they gave grace marks.
What?
And the evidence of grace marks is, out of the 2 students in the first 8 from the Hardayal school, they got 718 and 719 marks. When we questioned that how come anybody get this marks, they say it is because of grace marks, otherwise it's not possible.
So, based marks were given in Haryal school.
Even for Hardal school, because on 4th of June, there was only one key.
So grace marks were given totally for 50, 60 students. Right?
Yes, sir. For all students, Lord, I believe.
Students.
But thereafter, all these students were put in a re-examination. How, if Canara Bank paper was given and it was to be evaluated, where is the question of first giving them grace marks and then withdrawing the grace marks and putting them to again a retest?
It was corrected and retest. Now it's
No,
also
how they give a
it's
grace
happening
for
for
Canara
taste
Bank,
of the entire country.
let them answer.
Why give grace marks to the Canara Bank school?
No, it was not given to the
Whenever they were,
One second.
whenever Canada
Who
paper
got
was,
the grace mark? Which body of students got the grace mark?
whenever Canada Bank paper, the wrong paper, I use it wrong paper, was initially given, taken back, and a new paper was given,
Grace marks.
resulting into the time not being available, grace marks were.
So, do we understand you right? That grace marks were not given to those students who had appeared for the Canada Bank booklet, but who had completed the entire booklet.
Yes.
They were not given.
No, not at
So grace marks were given to only those students to whom a wrong booklet was given and it was withdrawn. Is that right? Is that clarity?
Yes. But I will proceed.
Okay, so here the respondents, they are saying from the NTA side, they are saying that they were saying that the question papers, the wrong question paper. So here they are saying that the Canara Bank question paper is the wrong question paper and SBI is the right question paper. So they are saying that in places where the Canara Bank question paper, the wrong question paper was given and where they were withdrawn, only those candidates were given grace marks is what they are saying. Okay, so we don't know if that is the case, but this is a claim by the respondents. We'll look into this.
In response to my note at page 19, they have reproduced a table where grace marks have been given. In that table, the center 230701 Haryana Jhajjar Hardyal School, they say their grace marks have been given. Please check. This is what they have filed before this honorable.
Okay, so the petitioners are now saying that this is not true. What you said was not true, and they are producing some evidence. We'll see.
Haryal school is a situation where the students attend only the Canada Bank.
And
But will any student at Haryal school get grace marks?
they got a grace marks. So this is how they have conducted.
One second. Mr. Kaushik,
We
do students at Haryal school also get grace marks?
I'll take specific clarification.
Just find out.
Okay, so just now they had said that these question papers. So currently the thing is in Hardyal school, they are saying that the Canara Bank, the wrong question paper was given, but it was not withdrawn, right? If it is not withdrawn, then there is no possibility of giving grace marks to these candidates, right? And but the petitioners are saying that that is the case, but they were still awarded grace mark. So the judges are questioning: is it really true? Was a candidate at Haryal school given grace marks, even though they didn't have a loss of time? Is the question. So this seems very the side of respondents seem not very prepared with this. So we'll look at this. So we don't know how long this will go on because there are so many issues that are being brought up right now in terms of the systemic failure regarding the NEET exam. So to get this completely clarified will take time. So some discussion is happening. We'll just skip this for now.
Not the other two. Even only for Haryal school, not the other two schools. let them not.
For the reason, I'll
Only in Hardayal school place.
Grace marks were given where?
Grace marks were given only to Hardayal school.
Yes.
Just in it's not, they are trying to misrepresent facts without knowing the clear picture.
That's why we are absolutely with an open mind. We wanted to disclose that.
Yes, sir.
So now they have given a clarification saying only Hardayal school was given grace marks in that city. So let's see what happens.
Which I am instructed to say suffered loss of time despite the fact that they attempted Canara Bank question paper.
Why don't you do this in the afternoon? Just give us on a piece of paper the correct position.
Yes.
Then on copy so we understand.
Correct. I'll clear it.
Taking down something they are saying, something
Yes,
they are saying.
let them correct the understanding.
Then let it say. Let it say.
Yes,
Right.
a neat,
But you put it down on one sheet of paper by the afternoon.
Yes.
Then take it as a statement.
Correct.
Because then I don't want later on, applications that you record it wrongly.
there may be minutes in the haste, there may be some confusion because they are jumping on.
So they are grace marks would be.
Yes, minutes. The
Grace marks would be given only in Hardayal school.
only in Hardayal minutes. Because minutes, I am told the reason is that in the other schools, grace period, that is time of loss, was compensated by the center itself. Extra time was given to them, as a result whereof they did not suffer any loss of time.
Okay, so one extra point they're saying is in few centers, what has happened is they had actually taken back the question paper and given SBI question paper, right? But whatever time was lost was actually given to the candidates. So candidates, they came to the exam hall at 2 o'clock, right? They had started solving the Canara Bank paper. Then SBI question paper was given, and at 5:20 they had extended the time and given extra time for the candidates to solve this paper, right? So in case the time difference is 1 hour, so extra 1 hour was given, and the exam only concluded at 6:20, right? For example. So this is what they're saying.
People,
Hardayal school, the paper was changed. So the correct paper is not.
I am told that both the papers happened to be given after the confusion. The SBI paper was withdrawn and Canara Bank paper was allowed to be continued. That's the fact.
In Hardayal school,
Yes, please. That's
that means in Hardayal school, all students wrote the Canara Bank paper.
all we can
Be formed, put it on a piece of paper.
Yes,
So that there is
Piece of paper.
just
Okay, there's a lot of confusion. So we'll know this exact thing in the afternoon. So they will give all this information in a piece of paper, and that information will be accurate. So right now, whatever they're saying, don't take this. Just take this with a pinch of salt. Okay, this is not might not be 100% accurate.
Wrote the Canara Bank paper in Hardayal school. Why would they give grace marks?
So what we will do is we will prepare the city wise where this happened and center wise. Why the different
Give it to us in the afternoon. We will understand.
yes,
only one thing, Manoj, just to put
Excuse me.
And under whose orders were the papers continued? Was NTA monitoring this from Delhi or what happened?
it is monitored from Delhi minutes and its communication. It
So
not
did Delhi get to know in the morning that look, the wrong paper has been disputed with
what time it came to the knowledge and what time the communication, because it's large number of centers.
Tell us now, Mr. Huda, you have to wrap up.
But in fact,
I'm not allowed to proceed by the other side.
Only one thing,
I was on
just to put
Hardayal
things
school.
in
There are 20 questions on Hardayal school itself.
Manoj,
They
only-
made 4 statements.
minute,
regard-
only a
Let me show.
only a minute. My learned friend is arguing that the entire country's examination is vitiated and therefore there should be a retest. Lord, giving examples of some mistakes
No,
here or
that's a
there
systemic failure,
out
Lord.
of 4,570 may not, my Lord, serve his purpose of assessment.
I'm saying there is a systemic failure, and I'm sequentially demonstrate that how the system
Come
was
out
so
to judge
brittle
again. You
and
come out
fragile,
judge and
which
Haryana,
was
then go
weak
India.
at the whims and fancies of these.
Okay, so they are coming back to the first point, which is a systemic failure, and they are showing this as evidence that there has been a systemic failure and the retest has to happen.
Center operators who are private individuals who have nothing to do with the government. With regard to Judger, I'm just closing Judger, I want to say, in the first response they said, Hardayal school, Canara paper was given, they attempted Canara paper, they evaluated Canara paper, no grace marks were given. This is their stand just now. They have changed it right now. With regard to the other two centers, they say there was a loss of time and that is why grace marks were given. Just now they said it. Now they have again said it with regard to those two centers, no grace marks were given, extra time was given then and there. Who took the decision? My lords have rightly asked the question. Now, with regard to Hardayal school,
Very good question.
In fact, I want to bring to my lords' notice. A student who got 719 marks in Hardayal school with grace marks, they were given re-examination along with this 1563. The same student had, earlier the rank was 68 with 719 marks out of 720. Now the rank is 58,413. With regard to the student who got 718 in the same Hardayal school, where the rank was 69, after re-examination, the rank is 38,497.
Okay,
Now
so
they do not know.
So there is a huge deviation here. So the candidate who got 719 and 718, after the retest, their ranking completely changed, right? So this is what this.
Or initially SBI was given. On 4th of June, they declared one result, that is SBI result. There is no separate key. They did not even disclose on 4th of June that there was loss of time. And that loss of time we have compensated with grace marks. This they had to come out with only when they were confronted with 719 marks and 718 marks, because this is not numerically possible with the number of marks and negative marking. Then they said, now in the entire country, what they do is, this NTA has collected about 400 crore rupees from the students. Thereafter, I give example of Seeker now, which is data-wise very important. Seeker has 49 centers in all. Out of 49 center, only one center is this.
So in Sikar is in Rajasthan, and this is one of the cities where there are a lot of coaching centers. So they are looking at this data. Let's look at what they say.
Kendriya Vidyalaya. Rest 48 centers are all private schools, self-financed private schools. All their city coordinator, invigilator, superintendent are all private individuals whom NTA issue checks of 2,000 rupees a day or 2,500 or 1,500 rupees. Now, because this honorable court is kind enough to allow me to argue this case, because so many people have come to assist me. They have shown me photographs of the school, private school in a village where this exam is being conducted. It doesn't even have a boundary wall. Now, I have not gone through their entire process. I will not call it as SOP. Now, that indicates that at 5:20, the paper is collected by the invigilator. And the OMR sheet is taken. OMR sheet is. Now, what is the time when this OMR sheet is to be sealed? It's nowhere prescribed. It remains in the center. We have spoken even to the center vigilator. Whether 2-3 hours, it keep lying in every center with the center superintendent, and then they have to deposit it somewhere where all the OMR sheets are collected. Like for Seeker, there is one place where OMR sheets are ultimately collected in one center. There is no procedure NTA prescribed that 5:20 this OMR sheet is collected then 5:30 it should be sealed in the presence of the students. Because they have trained these invigilators across the country.
Then what time do they get deposited with the centralized deposit?
There is no time given. Let them file a specific affidavit if they are ever in black and white.
How soon after the examination concludes at 5?
But it is
the sealing process takes.
But they say that it is 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Ultimately, it gets deposited with the city center.
But before
What
that,
time
when
is
the
the-
sealing takes place?
But this I could not find in their entire SOP. I have placed it before the solve. So, I would say, I will show the data. I'm coming to the data. Yes. Now, after analyzing the data, what we find, there are certain centers which are doing exceedingly well. It's not the students, but the centers are doing exceedingly well. Like Kota and Seeker both have almost equal number of students appearing.
So we are looking at the data part now. Okay, so they are again bringing up the quota and seeker where there are coaching centers. We'll look at their argument and
The data I wanted to show after giving this background that after 5:20 there is a lot of time and leeway. Got your point. And because quota and seeker have equal number of students appearing, if we calculate first top centers in the country getting students having more than 650 rank, I'm sorry, marks, then 38 center out of 49 center are only from seeker.
Getting over 650 marks.
That's right.
38.
38 out of 50.
What is 50?
50 top centers in the entire country.
Where's more than 650 marks?
That's if 650 is taken as a cutoff and we evaluate that what are the top 50 center in the country.
When even one student gets more than 650.
That's right. So all students put together getting more than 650 are from seeker out of
38 out of 50 are from
seeker. Seeker alone. 38 centers. And 6 centers adjoining to Rajasthan, which falls in Haryana. That's a Mahendragarh, Bhiwani. Rewari, Mahendragarh, Bhiwani.
yeah.
And
So
now, may kindly see this.
so in there have been some places like Sikar in Haryana, Rewa, and in Gujarat, Rajkot, and also in Tamil Nadu, Namakkal, where there are high numbers of candidates who got very high marks. So that's what he's pointing out to.
There are 2 factors.
what I'm picking up is that quota and speaker centers have broadly equal number of students appearing. Students getting more than 650 marks.
Let me straight away show those charts.
38 out of 50 are from Sikar alone, 6 in Mahendragarh, Rewari and Bhiwani. Now show us the chart.
Yes, Lord, may kindly permit me to refer to my second supplementary note.
So just go to there.
Yes, Lord, which was filed. Lord, first annexure, page 13 is their SOP, which I said that there is no time given for sealing after OMR is collected. Then, Lord, the data of top 50 centers, Lord, that is page 101, annexure C. But before that, Lord, allow me to show one more chart at page 100 for a moment. This again, they have to answer it, Lord. They can answer it post lunch. The difference in the data declared on 4th of June and 20th of July, page 100, Lord, may kindly see this table. Look, just see Bihar,
Just one.
page 100. Just like mismatch in the result published on 4th of June 2014 and 20th of July 2024. 4th of June 24 and 20th of July 24.
Yeah.
Look, just see Bihar at serial number 4. As per 4th of June, registered were 1,54,000, appeared 1,49,000, qualified 74,743. Now the data on 20th of July. Appeared student 1,36,000. The difference is 13,000. And this difference is appearing almost everywhere. We will respond to that after they respond.
Both of June and 20th July, the number of students comes down.
Correct.
Appears to.
That's right. Look, Rajasthan, look, can you see specifically Rajasthan also for this?
There is something plus also like Tamil Nadu. Where
Yes.
Rajasthan is plus 18,000.
Yes. Now, my lord, what happens? My lord, let me explain it. Let me, my lord, explain it for a moment. What happens is, in their system, if I am a resident of Rohtak, Haryana, if I fill up an address of Tamil Nadu, I want to go to Sikar. I can simply fill up my address, some address of Sikar, and they will treat me as a student of Sikar. And I will get a center somewhere in Sikar. People have gone from Godhra, Gujarat to Karnataka, Belgaum. One incident is a girl who got 705 marks on 4th of June. She got failed in 12th class and she's getting 31 out of 100 chemistry and so on and so forth. People have traveled from Odisha, Karnataka to Godhra. And with regard to this, one professor wrote an email which I have placed on record a month before, that this is a scam happening.
How many students have done?
So they are also pointing out that the number of candidates, so in the NEET application form, so when you are registering, you will be providing address, right? So based on this address is what the center will show, right? So if you give the address of Rajasthan and you don't even belong to Rajasthan, because in the NEET application form for this year, no ID proof was asked, right? So no ID proof was asked, so anybody can put any address and appear anywhere in the country, right? So that's what they're pointing to. So they are saying that candidates from Gujarat and candidates from Orissa have traveled to different cities and returned the exam. So they are saying that this could be grounds for showing that there is malpractice happening. We'll look at this.
We know what the original place is.
What happens is they do not connect it with Aadhaar card or any proof of residence. They open their system. They say you fill up the address of your residence, whatever you feel like, and we will treat it to be your residence address, and we will allocate you center as per the address you give it here. Absolutely no system in place to verify that.
Suppose I'm a student, obviously residing in Delhi. When I fill up my form online, I can choose a center, say in Sikar, or I can fill up a center in Tamil Nadu or Kerala.
But I am free to give whatever address I'm going up there.
I'm showing some residence over there.
Not even so, filling it up.
Yeah, this is a very good point. So in this year's application form, they had actually asked to fill the address, right? So whenever you fill the application form, there are two types of address. One is your permanent address, one is your residing address, this is a temporary address. So you can give your permanent address. So at least the permanent address, it can be verified with your Aadhaar card. So when you sign up for the application, your Aadhaar card is linked to the application, but your temporary address is not validated at all. There is no proof asked by NTA when you're filling the form and uploading the documents. That's what they are bringing.
I need to type it in.
You can verify whether it's an NTA residency.
At no stage, will not make kindly note it.
You can choose a center in
Any part of the country.
and
That's
do not
a-
have to submit any.
That's a valid point.
Absolutely no proof, my lord. And there is an email. If I can straight away invite my lord kind attention to that email for a moment. Professor email.
It's not a change of center, but choice of center.
Choice. Page 190 of my lord, this lord may kindly permit you to.
There is a scan.
No. The-
Sir, Mr. Solicitor, just tell us this later on when you tell class. Argument is that a student can choose a center of their liking anywhere in the country by saying, I decide here. Does the student at any point of time in the registration process have to produce any documentary material to indicate that they are residents of that?
I'll answer that. I'll answer that. But when I give the figures of seeker, taking on seeker, I'll be able to justify the success rate has gone down, but we'll be able to show that. Let me come to my place. I go
How
back.
does it work? When a center is sought by a student applies for a center or city when you submit an application for it?
City.
Now,
Center
when
is
a
not.
student applies for a city, does NTA require the student to upload any documents?
Just require and
Absolutely.
Or does that
So it was actually asked in 2023, but in 2024 they removed that. So no document was
I
asked.
just want to point out an email. I would remember Tata College had written them with regard to Godhra a month earlier. In their, they did not act on it. In their reply,
Talking about the College Kaka YouTube channel.
they say now they have marked this college Kaka email to some competent authority to look into it. Now, with regard to this, allow me to refer to this email at page 190.
the data? You passed that already for yesterday.
Yes, Lord, I'm coming back. Lord, I'm already on the tables. Lord, I'm already on the tables. Lord, may kindly see. Yes. Lord, I was page 100. Lord, I'm showing this data. I was at page 100 to demonstrate.
We have dealt with
This all will demonstrate.
No, my lord, give me some time. My friend has taken a long, I have no quarrel. I have to attend some other matter. I think they should, I will only take 10 minutes. That I am, 10 minutes. My lord, how many? My lord, if you go by seniority, I am 66, I am senior. But we have followed a different rule. I have no quarrel. I have no quarrel. Best.
Okay, so there are more points being brought. Okay, so the thing is, the petitioners are bringing a lot of faults to the table here that NTA has done, and they are claiming it as systemic failure, right? But from Supreme Court side, they have to take a decision on this. So they are actually trying to look at the data and see if there is any abnormality. And make a decision, because in the end there are a lot of faults with the system, but is there actually grounds to cancel the NEET exam and conduct a re-NEET is what they're looking at.
Mr. Tushar Mehta, you are only 59. You need to be in bar and age. Yes. Please don't insult seniors. But my lord, I only take 10 minutes. Group matter. No, my lord, I only take 10 minutes, my lord.
they are also
No, because I believe that he is. No, I am not blaming anybody. My lord. I am only requesting 10 minutes to be given to me. Then, my lord, I believe me. That's all. 10 minutes to me. 10 minutes to me, my lord. If I can, for lunch, my lord, I have another matter to be taking adjournment after adjournment. That's what I want to apply online. So 10 minutes.
I was page 100 the table just to demonstrate the mismatch, and this is for them to explain that how the number of candidates who appeared in a particular state has gone down from the result declared on 4th of June to the result declared on 20th of July. Then my lord, at page 101, annexure C is the list of top 50 centers, which indicates that how these centers are concentrated in seeker.
This is very important. This once again.
Yes.
Let's go closely.
So they're claiming that out of the top 50, 38 are in Sikar, but what is the reason behind it is something that we don't know. So
Look, I have given the center code, number of students appeared, how many students above 700, then the percentage of 700 plus, above 650, percentage of above 650, above 600, percentage of above 600, and then above 550. I have gone only up to above 550. Now, this will show a concentration.
Right.
The concentration here is primarily seeker, not mechanically seeker. Rajkot, there is one station at Rajkot where the total number of students is 1968. Center code, where 12 students above 700. $115 above 650. There is something special with Rajkot, this center code. That will seeker after Rajkot, 1000 students, 8 are above 700. And then I'm in next item, seeker Rajasthan. Out of 1001 student appearing, 8 above 700, then 69 above 650, and 115 above 600, and then 241 above 550. And also kindly keep it in mind, CP coordinators are the owners of these schools, and these are private schools. And the invigilators are the employees of these private schools. And the possibility cannot be ruled out that these teachers are not in league with the coaching centers which are operating in Kota and Sikar.
So again, they are bringing up a systemic failure point here, and they are saying that the centers that are in all over the country, there are a lot of centers which are either private schools or colleges, right? And who's the center coordinator? The center coordinator is someone who's part of this college itself, right? NT is not appointing anyone from the government, is what they're saying, and in the classes also where the exams are being conducted, it is the employees of the school or college who are handling the situation there, right? And they're getting paid for it. And so the petitioners are saying that there could be fraud happening there, but there is no concrete evidence that is being presented, but they're saying that there could be a fraud there.
What other city coordinators? City coordinators are government employees or they private
They
employees?
are principals of the particular school which
Private
is attended.
schools.
Sorry,
Principal of the school where the center is located.
Private schools.
city coordinator.
City coordinator.
Yes.
It will be a city coordinator.
It's completely privatized.
Principal of CBSE school is city coordinator.
In Sikar, there is no CBSE school. There is only one, this Kendriya Mahavidyalaya. 48 are the private schools. CBSE affiliated, not CBSE run.
So there are a lot of that questions that are being come up. The way the NEET exam is being conducted, right? And this has been going on for many years, but they're bringing it up now, and they're demanding that the NEET exam be scrapped and be conducted in a proper way. But what is going to be the consequence of this is something that we have to think about, right? So 24 lakh candidates have returned the exam, and if it is being cancelled and and after the cancellation of the NEET exam, if there is going to be a re-NEET which happens, and they're also complaining a lot about the process that is being followed, right? So even with the existing process, if NTA is going to conduct the NEET exam, that is going to take another 2 to 3 months, right? And if they're going to update the process and make a lot of changes to the process and conduct the re-exam, we don't know how long this is going to take. It might even take 3 to 5 months, right? So there is a lot of concern and a decision to be taken here, if there is going to be a NEET re-NEET or not, right? Because a lot of candidates have prepared for so many years. There are so many repeaters who are writing the NEET exam, hoping to clear it. Some of them even would have cleared the NEET exam this time, but if there is going to be a re-NEET and if it is going to be delayed for another 3 to 5 months, we don't know what the situation is going to be, and the whole admission process will be delayed by another 6 months.
CBSE affiliated schools, not CBSE runs. See this table, it shows all seeker, 38 of them. Not a coincidence. And I'm sure that consistently, even the last year also, even last year also and last year also, this seeker must be doing well for the reason, because all these private schools, they are together, CBSE affiliated or Rajasthan board affiliated. Now, one of them is a city coordinator, the rest are the invigilator. And
there are a lot of claims, but in terms of actual evidence, we might not have this evidence. We'll only know with the CBI investigation.
What I say, I bow down. What I say, I bow down.
If all over the country, there are 6 people per 1,000 who get above 600, all over the country. That's the average. And in each place in seeker, you get 75, you get 80. That's the.
Okay, they are claiming that the average number of candidates who get above 700 is very high in seeker, which might be the case, but we don't know if we can attribute it to malpractice, or is it the candidates who are studying there are performing better because of the coaching centers, is something that we don't know. We'll have to check.
The country average. Please, the reference value is the country average.
But what I humbly submit is
Paper copy of that page.
Words only.
yes, but it's there. Three.
Modular.
This is not 100, 500 and above. This is not the
So there are some discussion going on. Skip this part.
Mr. Rede, about it's about 10%. Good. Mr. Rede, about what?
6 people per 1,000. That's 0.6%. Is on an average. That's the national. That should be the reference value. Now, if your lordship takes the first one in Rajasthan, or see the Vidya Bharati public school, Let us see how many of them have gotten. So, above 550, which gets you a state, there are 241 students who have got above 550 out of 1,000.
Okay, so like
Out of 1,000 students.
like we discussed earlier, the evaluation has to be done inside a city. So inside Sikar, if between the centers, if there are huge variation, then it could point to something. But assuming that all the centers in the city is doing malpractice might not be a good argument. We'll,
But this is alluding towards systemic failure. And all these people are not from Sikar. They have come from all over the country. They are not people who have taken coaching from Sikar. Because of this systemic failure. I do not know, because if I compare it, hold on please. If I compare it with Kota, Kota is the coaching hub. And yes, now
from
all over the student appeared in Kota.
Hostels, accommodation, it's a coaching class then.
so their point is that equal number of candidates participated from Kota and Sikar, but Sikar has higher number of candidates getting very high marks. So they are saying that both, even if both are considered as educational hub, one center is performing really well compared to one city is performing really well compared to the other city. So they are saying that that could mean malpractice.
Belgavi, in Karnataka, is not a coaching hub where a girl goes from Anjali Patel, goes from
again,
Gujarat to Belgavi. She fails it. She appears in 12th
This is not a data. They
in
are
Gujarat because she's
mentioning
from
an
Gujarat.
anecdote.
She failed, but she went all the way to Belgavi, got 705 marks. And what I'm told is the CBSE syllabus of 12th is completely in align with the syllabus of NEET examination. So it's not possible somebody
a
getting
good point.
31 in botany out of 100 and getting 700.
We've shown data from that center in Belgavi, where she appeared. But then people getting high marks are usually large at that center.
But there are,
We weren't sure.
but I will if I will show all these tables in seriatim, but I will show that. So this table at 101 indicates there is a heavy tilt for seeker because there is a systemic malaise which has worked in favor of the students appearing in these centers in seeker. We cannot separate the tainted from the untainted.
Okay, so they're bringing the
These private people.
they're bringing the points again, saying that it's a systemic failure, and there is and we are not able to separate the fraudsters from the innocent, right? The untainted from the untainted is their point.
Doing videography. But I give just one example here. But their emphasis is that we videograph everything at all these centers. Though they are private people. In Savai Madhopur, may I have your attention just for a moment? Their emphasis is that though all these are private people, all the city coordinators, invigilators, but our CCTV monitoring is so robust that we catch them. In case of Savai Madhopur, it is their own case that a wrong question paper was distributed in a different language. And the question paper started at 2 p.m. They got to know, but this is on record, and they got to say that we got to know that wrong question paper has been given in Savai Madhopur, Rajasthan at 4:30 from the social media. They are on affidavit to say this. If
So they're talking about, he's bringing a question here saying that these centers a lot of these centers are private centers, and the coordinators are also center people who work in the centers, right? And his point being the only control that NTA has on these centers is through CCTV monitoring. And how many centers are being monitored on a real-time basis, how many people are working on it is not sure. But they are also, petitioners are also claiming that NTA has made a statement saying that this incident in Madhopur, this in this particular city, right? There was an incident where the wrong question paper was given of a different language, and there was a problem there. And what happened is that the NTA didn't come to know about this. They only came to know about this at apparently only at 4:30. That too from social media. So they are bringing into question of what happened to the CCTV monitoring, and it also brings into question of what is the integrity of the NEET exam. So there's a lot of points against NTA here. Video quality, there is some issue with the video quality. Not sure if it is a issue from the Supreme Court side, or is it an internet issue? We don't know. Okay, so we might have audio.
How do you establish, we made this point about security. How do you establish that the paper leak, according to you, has spread all over the country? What is the material for you to indicate?
On that note, I'm on a second point now. So far as paper leak is concerned,
Part of this case is the paper leak.
not only that, my very predominant argument besides paper leak is their systems are so fragile, which are being consistently compromised because everybody is private. They are issuing just checks in the name of some videographer sitting in Delhi, some coordinator in the city who are the owners of the private school and the principals. They have absolutely no check.
Tell us one thing. We'll ask you something frankly. Are you challenging the result of this NEET, or are you appealing for people who don't want the NEET at all?
No. What I'm pointing out that this NTA, the way it is holding this examination can't be sustained for the reason that there is absolutely no system in place. As I was pointing out, just allow me a moment on here.
You also context to say that
Let me show you.
we will address them.
But the loopholes are being exploited on the face of it. The data is being shown.
There is a systemic dysfunction of the sanctity of things.
On that,
Procedural.
one thing.
Now you have basically concentrated on Zariba, concentrated on Patna. You have shown us some examples. Bahadurgarh, what happened in Bahadurgarh.
Let me
Now you have seen one
quickly.
student from
What is
Gujarat goes to Belgavi and gets Lucia's grade. Well, demonstrating before us what
systemic failure? What is this systemic failure and what is the malaise in this system which they have adopted for this examination? If I count them quickly, one is the time gap after the OMR sheets are taken and the time being deposited. It is in the private hands where there is no time fixed for sealing it, and in whose presence these OMR sheets are being sealed. I'm alluding toward a systemic failure that here in Sikar, Mahendragarh, wherever this concentration is happening, the OMR sheets are being consistently tampered with after the exam is over. As is being suggested by the government of India, that the question paper could be sold in 1 hour and in another hour the students could do it in the same manner after taking the OMR sheet at 5:20.
the entire staff in the college, which is a private school and all private invigilators, they have the question paper with them and they have 2-3 hours with them. What prevents them from filling up the OMR sheets and then depositing it with the city center? So it is this loophole which is being exploited here in Seeker and all these centers, which are a shining star in the entire sky. Belgavi, why a girl who failed in Gujarat goes all the way to Belgavi? The reason is this, not only paper leak. I'm on a next point.
Girl went to Belgavi so that he takes to the practice auspicious case. The center where she appeared from, what is the performance of that?
Yes, I have that.
6% success ratio and 7% success ratio. And Belgaum, 2% success.
About
I
8
saw the
people are, Belgavi is not a coaching center. The one reason, the third thing I want to allude to,
Centers in Seeker, of the centers in Seeker,
Seeker is 49 centers.
how many students in Seeker?
Yes, the total number of, yes, we have the 27,000. This is, just allow me. Total number is 27,216. That's right. 49 centers. It is at page 10.
27,216 students from Seeker.
That's right.
How many students, what's the cutoff to be in the first 108,000?
About 580.
The Lordships can give me only 5 minutes to show my charts. No, that might answer most of your Lordships.
I'm
Rather than doing all the order.
on a currently, just allow me to
All
complete.
right, 27,216 students. Just tell us.
8,000 of them have got above 500.
How many?
8,225 have got above 500.
Yes, this is the data at page 103. This data is there at page 103. We can just see this.
Now tell us, Mr. Filter, what would be the cutoff for broadly for the 108,000? The last student to be in the zone of admission to a medical college.
Yes.
What would be the cutoff?
Varies from state to state.
Cutoff is different.
Varies from state to state. But if you've got above around 600, you are reasonably safe that you will get something.
My learned friend is.
It will vary from state to state because state domicile comes.
I have put that figure also. If you are having marks 600, you will stand at 81,000 in first 81,000. I have given each wise 60, 600, 605, etc. I'll show. So a person getting 600 will, in all probability, will not get in at least government medical college for the simple reason that though we are counting 50%, total seats are 108,000. 50% would be not one half, but from that 50%, 50% will go for SC, ST, OBC and EWS reservation. So merit candidates seats would be available would be 25,000. I have given, we have done the analysis from various angles to show what is the impact, if at all, at the national level, city level and the center.
That Seeker has the largest concentration of students. Seeker is 49 centers.
Center wise also we have.
And
But quota, let me compare it with quota.
stick with the country which has more centers than Seeker. It will be country-wide.
We will not do that.
Can you tell us which is the district which has the largest number of centers?
Quota, I'm just giving quota as comparing because
we have
quota
analyzed
is
it.
coaching hub.
Only a minute. What we have analyzed is city wise, including seeker, quota, and other things which are not being discussed. We have examined how many students appeared in 2022 and what was the success rate. Similar exercise for 23 and similar exercise for 24. In fact, 24 for seeker, the success rate is 1. I'll be able to show that. We have compared it with 23, 24. It is around 19%.
But if they can
Success rate is 19%.
and I complete it. What I'm alluding to is there is a systemic failure in the manner the NEET is examined. One, I said the no address verification, that is why student can go from.
There are two ways of looking at this problem. John came here because of paper link. There is no escape from the fact that yes, there has been paper link. Isn't your argument that systemic failure which you are talking about now led to paper link?
No.
So therefore, today we are trying to understand, we are trying to look into to what extent this big precipitated in the entire. If it is a case of systemic failure, that stands on a different footing.
Yes.
Because these are two different things. It is because of this paper link, you are now able to demonstrate before us various irregularities, illegalities. Maybe you may be right. But at this point of time, digressing from the issue of paper link, to what extent can we now go into the question of systemic failure? Because we are trying to examine whether this link led to that girl securing 705 marks and delivery despite failing in 12 times. Let us address the issue in this manner, whether these candidates and students who have performed exceedingly well, is it because of that paper link?
I bow down. I quite understand. These are two compartments.
There are two compartments. One talks about paper link and to what extent the students took advantage of it.
Let me answer your notions.
Please take your seat, Mr. Vedupara. These are bad manners, bad manners. I am not very sophisticated like my Lord the Chief Justice. You may sit down. Please, please. 3 times I have said, please, quiet. We have 2 minutes to go. We are making Mr. Huda understand what is going on in our mind so that he can respond after this. Therefore, you come to your note.
Please.
You come to your note, paragraph 8.
Yes,
That's the heart. That's the heart of your case.
When you say that leave this on to other states, what is the any contemporary evidence to indicate that the leak went to other states?
But the only thing on that I can say on paper leak is blood. So far as direct evidence of this crime is concerned, that is the file is before this honorable court, matter is being investigated. As petitioners who are not privy to the investigation, either by the Bihar police or now by the CBI, all we can rely on is the circumstantial evidence. In the circumstantial evidence,
Alternative hypothesis that because of the systemic flaws in the process, therefore the credibility of the examination must have been reached in other.
I'm so grateful.
That's
That's my case. On that word, I have just 4 or 5
Yes, so we do not have evidence to show that there was a leak in other states. But because of these flaws in the examination process, therefore it's likely that
This inflation.
And you have pointed out 3 aspects. Time gap between the conclusion of the examination and the sealing of the OMR sheets and absence of an SOP. 2, staff at the college may well tamper with the OMR sheets without depositing them. 3, there is no address verification of the center chosen by the student. These are the 3 aspects.
That's it. Now,
So there is a point that is being brought up here. So the Chief Justice is saying that yes, you are bringing up these points regarding the sanctity of the exam, the integrity of the exam, and you're saying that there are a lot of issues in the way NTA has conducted the exam, right? But this case is regarding paper leak and understanding how far the leak has spread, right? So there is so this issue and the paper leak issue is being conflated here, and that is their point. Okay, so we'll just so there might be some clarity here, and they might take a decision based on the paper leak alone. We'll look what they say.
because of yes, I'm so grateful. And it is because of this that there is an evidence, and they maybe put to the question this, that how people from Gujarat going to Bellary, how people from Odisha, Karnataka, Maharashtra coming to Godhra, and how people from Bihar, if this investigation is carried out, my lord, would find people from Bihar have gone to Muktsar, Punjab. If these addresses are checked, that will show that there are. She could have chosen, but probably this is a connection. She got a connection.
I asked you that center of Bengali does it have any, does it show any untoward result?
It is there. But this Belgavi, this is 8R plus 700 and 71R plus 650. I have the chart. I will give it up post lunch.
So, Mr. In many professional examinations, I don't want to name them, otherwise it will become another national story tomorrow. But in many professional examinations, students do choose centers in a particular zone or whatever, because there is a perception that the marking on the curve is a little more lenient or a little more strict in certain centers. I did not mention those examples. That's not strong evidence to cancel the whole examination.
Lord, this one.
These systemic flaws which you have pointed out, put to the solicitor. These obviously have to be tightened up. So they have to be tightened up. But as of now, I don't think you have indicated to us. We'll give you now 5 minutes and we'll conclude your argument after lunch. So we'll hear the others and then
5 minutes after that.
after lunch 5 minutes. Great. So that we can conclude now, summarize what we have argued in 5 minutes and then we will go on to the next person.
Your Lordship will give me a little time. A little time, not much.
Sorry.
Your Lordships will give me a little time, not much. There are several things
Now what to follow, we'll have to give something over and above what has been argued.
Please.
We would have got taken up the entire effort.
But after lunch, your lordship give me 10, 15 minutes, then I will relay you now.
I
I wanted to say something which is
take
which they haven't said.
Your Lordships, may I please mention items 12 and 35?
Okay, so they are breaking for lunch. So after this lunch, the discussion will continue around. So they've said they'll give another 5 minutes to proceed with the petitioners to proceed with their case and make a case for it, and then we'll look at how the arguments go, and then we'll take a decision. Okay, so that's it. So we'll join back after lunch. So the case should start about 2:30. It should start. So we'll resume then.
I was given sent an email to the registry. We got an answer on 11th July. But on 11th July, because we could not send an email to the registry, we got an output listing. So it was not showing for tomorrow. So in the trial court, with great difficulty, we got the matter kept for tomorrow. Now, yesterday it has been deleted from tomorrow's list. So I mentioned before the court.
Just send it to the registrar.
It's been sent. We sent it again. Mr. Huda appears for the caveator, but fortunately he's next.
If he can, but I'm Mr. Caveator.
He happens to be in the court.
If it can, I mentioned before 4:05 in the morning. I was told 5 minutes.
May I see
Your
my
Lordship.
Lord's indulgence to mention along with Dr. Singh item 23, where on opposite sides, urgent section 9 arbitration matter.
Yes.
We were requesting, in view of the need for interim orders, could your Lordships list it on Friday?
That will be one idea.
No problem. Either Friday, my lords.
Or Monday. Because NEET may go on for the whole day. Today is what we are planning to distribute between when, in fact, discharge the board of today, because NEET will get over today. Which takes out the matters between Wednesday, Thursday, if possible on Friday, so that they'll be all over before we.
My request, Friday may be better.
Yeah, at the basis.
We'll give a slip to the court master. We are opposing each other. We'll put it on Friday.
Your Lordship,
I'm most grateful.
item 12 and
Any earliest date if it can be.
Yes. Other matters will be all spread out in this week itself.
Item 37, I'll give it to the liberty to mention item number 34, my lords.
I just said that all of them will be spread out. This week itself.
One request, it's item 14 for Friday, not Wednesday, Thursday, because I have something to come to.
Your Lordship, I have a request in items 12 and 35. May I request for Monday? Mr. Salve is appearing in those matters. He's requesting it Monday to be given.
This has to be tagged, right?
Yes. These are fresh.
This is matter of public interest litigation in respect of orphan sons. And your lordship's order on 16 October 2023, my lord, will be sent. I'm just requesting next week, somewhere in the top of the list, my lord, so that it can be taken up.
Taken up, but today we would have taken up on Monday. There every matter is right. Today we have NEET, therefore it's not.
I understand, lord. I'm only asking it should be
Not
non-missing.
board, sorry, not
Non-miscellaneous day, my lord. Non-miscellaneous day on the top of the list.
Keep it on.
Some date, my lord, if possible.
Yeah, I just said, in the next 3 days we will do this.
And my friend has to come from Delhi, Lucknow, that's why I'm asking.
Let's pick it up.
This big news.
Yes,
But the date is possible, my lord, date is possible.
today Monday, next Monday.
Tuesday,
Keep it on Monday.
Monday, very, very.
Item number 8 up. Should be on the next meeting.
Hey.
15 minutes. Finalizing.
Next 2 days, this will.
Item taken up on Friday because of this. So item 13 we kindly taken up.
1-3.
Yes, your lordship. This Friday, your lordship.
On Monday, item 13 we take it up on Monday.
The Manipur students matter.
It is appearing. Then we issue notice in item 8. Yeah. Keep it up for 2 weeks. Liberty to serve the standing counsel for the state of Uttar Pradesh to the next date of review listing. There shall be a stay of arrest. Case number 7. Well, it's the same thing over and over again. We relisted in the next 3 days. I just said that by the end of the day, you will have the yes. Yes, Mr.
Not be consider, because before less there were certain queries to the NTA to respond. If they can respond, I can.
When they will tell, they will
All
respond.
right.
Now you have to wrap up now.
Certainly. But just
What are your submissions now?
5 minutes for me.
Yeah, now 5 minutes, please wrap up.
But para 8 of my second supplementary submission,
Just formulate.
what I say is, in so far as week is concerned, I say Sanjeev Mukhia is the history sheeter, is the gangster who is into this business. And he is yet to be arrested. There are people who have been arrested from Rajasthan. The solvers were taken from Rajasthan. Dissemination was through a WhatsApp group on a so it is not possible that it remained confined to Patna. Rest, Lord, the direct evidence to which I am not privy is before my Lord. The story given by the CBI that it is in the morning of 5th, the time gap in between and solving and memorization is not impossible to be digested. It's completely unnatural story. Leak has happened, and if the paper was available on 4th, leak has happened prior to 4th. In any case, not prior to 3, on 3 or prior to 3. Now, the chart, I just want to show one chart at page 107 of my second supplementary note, where I was referring to this city-wise chart. The chart of seeker, just 2-3 charts I want to demonstrate that there is no bell-shaped curve. It is a sphere-shaped chart which is there if we put the data together for a number of centers. So they have been saying, if we make it a chart, then it is sometimes west tapering chart, sometimes it is east tapering chart, and sometimes it is it's a straight pyramid. So they can you see page 107, Seeker Rajasthan, one chart for Seeker Rajasthan. My second supplementary submission here. So can you see this is the chart for Seeker. They say bell curve is the actual picture which should arise. Now kindly skip over the next few. Then kindly see at page 108, the last chart. The first chart, this is the center wise. The last chart on this page 8 is again indicating something unusual. Then can you see the next chart at page 109. These kind of charts are not there, where the people getting 700, 600, 500, even 100, it's a squarish, it becomes. Certainly at variance with the bell curve. Now, I leave this data here. Now, the other thing, because second alternative argument.
Okay, so here the petitioners are coming up with a point here. They are saying that all the results have to be in a bell-shaped curve, right? But they are saying that in centers in Sikar and other places, the results don't align with the bell curve, right? Meaning that they are saying that if that is the case, then that means there has been some deviation compared to other centers in India, and they are saying that there could have been some malpractice. Okay, so using the data, so they have come up with a curve, and they are saying that it is not a bell curve, and hence they are saying that there is malpractice, which is obviously might be a bit far-fetched.
In this examination, there was a complete systemic failure, which I have flagged by demonstrating. I'm just recapitulating. One is no address verification. Anybody can go anywhere and This is one. Two, there was no CCTV camera monitoring. This I substantiate by saying in their own affidavit they say in Savai Madhopur.
No CCTV camera. Which place?
Blood, at anywhere, at no place, there was a CCTV. Their claim is that there has been a live monitoring through CCTV camera. I demolish it by showing that in Savai Madhopur, it is their case that a question paper in the wrong medium was distributed amongst the students. There was no monitoring. The question paper started at 2 p.m. Their affidavit before this honorable court is that at 4:30. No, I'm not. Let me complete. 4:30. Yes. 4:30. They got to know through social media that in Savai Madhopur there was a wrong question paper distributed. So this is their thing. Now, yes. Now, the other red flag is they have said the same day re-examination started. They were given the question paper at Savai Madhopur and other people. This is a bullet point.
I give you 5 minutes, 5 minutes over.
I'm just giving a bullet point. They say that.
Now 5 minutes are over. Now last 30 seconds you can make your bullet point.
Yes. They say that at certain centers where wrong question paper was given, the same day they have taken the question paper again. I said they were given the question paper maybe in Hindi, maybe in English. The students retained the question paper for 6 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Uda.
Lord, just one sentence. I can just add last one sentence, Lord. If this honorable court does not agree for a re-NEET, then Lord may kindly consider at least the qualified people. Qualification is 164 marks. At least qualified people should be asked to redo the examination, which will constitute about 30 lakh people.
Thank you, Mr. Uda.
30 lakh.
Yes, Mr. Hegde.
Great. Notes have been subjected to a long presentation. I'll keep mine as crisp as possible.
Your submission is formulated.
It's just okay. My submission to your lord.
Okay, so the second point that he was making is one is the first point he was saying that these centers do not have a bell-shaped curve, right? They form that they don't follow bell-shaped curve, meaning that there is some manipulation, is what he's saying. Second point, he's saying there is a systemic failure, and he's also pointing to the fact that the process is not very strong, and the OMR sheets after being filled is not taken from the center for 3 hours or something. And then another point that he is making is that there is no CCTV monitoring. So CCTV monitoring, he's saying that it does not exist because in Savai Madhopur the issue happened and it wasn't found out until much later. Okay, so that is his claim. So he's saying that finally concluding, he's saying that even if you don't conduct re-NEET for all the students, at least the candidates who have qualified. So qualified candidates who have scored above 164, these candidates should have a retest, is what he's saying. Because candidates who have qualified, if there has been some malpractice, with the retest, that issue will be sorted. So this is a solution which they are presenting to the Supreme Court.
What is the right thing? That classic Michael Sandler question. What is the right thing to do? Today, your lordships is faced with a situation where admittedly there has been a leak from Hazaribagh. Please don't think of it as the Patna leak, think of it as the Hazaribagh. It was caught at Patna, and we do not know today where all it leaked. Because the papers, your lordships has the investigation reports. The investigation reports say that at least some of the mobiles, the messages went to about 100 people. We do not know the extent of the leak, The timing of the leak, however, we know with reasonable certainty, it did not happen on the morning of the 5th, but it happened at some point prior to the night of the 4th. It could be the 3rd, it could.
Yes.
Now, your lordships will bear in mind that criminal investigations which have gone to the CBI have not gone only from Patna or Hazaribagh. They have gone from 5 different states. That itself is proof that at this stage of point of time, the investigator have not come to any conclusion that this was a localized leak.
So he's making a point saying that one thing he's saying is the investigation, CBI investigation is going on, and as the days goes on, more people are being arrested and more they are finding out more information, and he's saying that this extent of the leak is actually spread to 5 states, right? And he's saying that this is not a localized issue, it is not an issue which is limited to Hazaribagh or Patna. So since it is a leak which comprises of more states, and one other point he's saying this, the leak happened not on the morning of the 5th, but much earlier to that, is his statement. Let's see if he can substantiate with this.
Now, did we have a fair exam? Malods, here, NEET is used not only as inter-se competition, NEET is also used as a qualification. If you are qualified in NEET, you are not only qualified for the medical colleges that government expects. Many foreign countries also take NEET as you have qualified. It's cheaper sometimes to go to Ukraine and get a medical seat based on your NEET qualification because you've passed the qualifying exam of your country. So the 164 cutoff, which turns to about 13 lakh people, all of them, have they been judged by a fair and equitable standard? And can we, with any sense,
164 out of 720.
yes, 50%. It's the 50th percentile. So exactly half of them. Now, the question is, can we say that among them, everybody got marks which they were fairly entitled to?
Okay, so he's saying that the 164 is the cutoff score based on the 50th percentile, but this only applies to the general candidates. For reserved candidates, the mark is much lower, right? So their estimate of 13 lakhs might not be accurate. We'll come to that.
It is my respectful submission, my lords, that in a competitive exam, you cannot trust a competitive exam which turns out 61 toppers. Inevitably, my lords, in any data cohort, you may have 2 or 3 people who may share marks or who may crack it. My lords, when GMAT and all those exams were held, it is rare that somebody cracked everything, got that 7 perfect score.
61, 44 are those actually who got the not grace mark, but got full mark because of question 9.
Because of one question.
24.
But that also means that those 44 got marks for 179 questions right. That itself is a very high figure. those 44 people,
So he's again he's making a point here, saying that in if there is a competitive exam, right? So a competitive exam is not just for competition among the candidates, but it's also used as a qualifying basis. So only if a candidate passes NEET exam, they'll be able to, only then they're eligible to become a doctor, right? So it is also a qualifying exam, qualifying examination in that sense, but it also qualifies candidates to take seats abroad, right? So he calls into question the integrity of the exam. He's saying that such a easy exam where 61 candidates get full mark is he calls into question the quality of the exam, the integrity of the exam, and he says that there could be some malpractice because of that.
and then couple it with what is called rank inflation. If the syllabus had been made easy, then a rising tide raises all boats together. What has happened is that in that magic zone of above 650, there are more than 50,000 students. This is a huge red flag. I was asking some of my clients, who their parents are doctors also, to think in terms of a medical analogy. And the analogy I was given was that when you suspect cancer, the tests are inconclusive. Then what you do is, as a matter of precaution, to go into chemotherapy. You cannot take the risk of letting the cancerous substances metastasize. That is where the real problem is. Today, my lords, at a stage of incomplete investigation, if your lordships were to say that, look, so far you have shown us only Hazaribagh, Patna, we do not know exactly where it is going. Do we ask a whole host of people, maybe 24 lakh, maybe 13 lakh, maybe 2 lakhs, to rewrite the exam? What if your lordships were to turn us all down and say that, no, they have given adequate justification? But your lordships at today's date will not be aware as to how many cells or how many persons got into the system. And each government seat is a case of the government spending about 1 crore per year per medical student. So at about 25,000 government seats in the general category. Maloj, I also represent students who have got 690, 640 and all that. They will get a seat somewhere. But what they are not assured of is that they have got a fair rank.
So here he calls into question uh, the investigation, right? So he's saying that the investigation is not a complete. We don't know the complete extent of the problem. The leak, the one is the leak, one is the SOPs for the NEET exam, and is there a systemic problem with the NEET exam itself, where the OMR sheets being in the centers for longer and the centers being private centers and being managed by people who own these centers. It's a question of systemic failure as well. So this is something that he's exploring, and he's saying that um, as a precaution, the re-NEET has to be conducted for the qualifying candidates or all the candidates, to give them a fair chance, to give everyone a fair chance, because the government seats in India are very low in number, right? So the government seats being very low, this also calls into the question of what would be the like if a candidate is getting a very high score because of cheating or because of this leak, etc., then someone is unfairly getting a government seat, right? So this is what he's trying to say, and that he's saying that we have to be more cautious and take precautions so that there is no unfair advantage to candidates who have cheated. There's some discussions going on. So still there is discussions going on with the judges. We'll have to wait.
And after having taken your lords to the student perspective, my lords, please look at the institutional perspective. Please look at NTA's constant responses to your lordships. If the NTA had been a serious examination agency, it would have been most concerned about the integrity of the process. But what did it do? On the 5th itself, when it was told that the paper had leaked, and on the 5th, if it had taken a decision that, look, once there is a leakage of a paper, we find it unsafe. And supposing they had taken that decision and we were challenging it, saying, look, it leaked only in one place. How can you scrap an entire exam? Would your lordships have found an outrageous defiance of logic in that decision? I'm turning the question around.
Yes.
The NTA continued to deny the fact that there was a leak. It did not cooperate with the Bihar police. Apparently, the EOU even wrote them letters. They did not immediately cooperate. There were special circumstances this year in May and June, everybody was preoccupied with the elections.
So one thing he's saying is that he's posing a question to the judges, saying that if NTA was a serious exam conducting authority, what they should have done is, once they came to understand that there were a lot of issues in terms of leak, etc., they should have taken the step to figure out the solution for this. Instead, NTA has been in denial and not being transparent, as actually is not a good thing, is what he's trying to say. So let's hear further.
Nobody was possibly there to guide them. It is quite possible that the administrative agency thought, just let the thing blow over, or let whoever comes in guide us. Continually, they kept denying, and it was only when your lordships asked questions that then came that little thing that yes, we did give grace marks, but we can redo it by a retest for for some 1533, 1563 students. At that stage also, if they had looked at their own data, if today they have not been transparent, they haven't given the full data. In fact, all the data that Mr. Huda has so painstakingly given your lordships has been after we were served with about 4,500 PDF files. That had to be run through, data had to be extracted, and we can see some hotspots. So whether they are hotspots, whether they are red flags, that is for them to explain. Then, my lords, the NTA continues to be in denial. It's only as late as the 22nd of June that changes are made in personnel and that the CBI is put in charge of the investigation. I do not know what has been there in that report. I do not know whether there is a theory of investigation. But what comes out is that there is an organized gang which has a prior history of leaking paper, which is their business model. And, my lords, when educational excess becomes a business model, the leaked paper is a time-limited commodity. You have it for 2 hours, 2 days or less. You have to maximize profit. And everybody into whose hands it goes, whether it is the paper solver or anybody else, will try to maximize. Just give me 2 more minutes, my lords. The fact is that we cannot tell the students that this is a fair exam. We cannot send a signal to the NTA that we approve of what you've done, nor can we tell those who indulge in these practices that, look, you may very well get away with it. Because if these results stand, those post-dated checks may still be cashed. They still have a value. So therefore, my lord, the safer thing to do is, your lordships has already done it. Your lordships has set retest for those 1563. If your lordships were to treat what has happened so far as step 1 of the exam, everybody above 164 had a chance at a medical seat. Those people, give them a re-examination, because your lordships will see from their own affidavit, which Mr. Huda also pointed out. Somebody who's got 720 ends up with 640. Let everybody be accurately measured. That's the least that can be done, Manoj. I'm grateful. Manoj, just one thing before I go, since the Solicitor General is here and he likes Urdu poetry. The case can be summarized by one word. तू इधर उधर की बात ना कर, मुझे ये बता काफिला क्यों लूटा, हमें रेजानों से गिला नहीं है, तेरी रहबरी का सवाल है. It is your guidance, it is your
Rezano, not Rezano. It's Rezano.
Rezano ki. Oh, obliged. Grateful, madam.
2 minutes, my lord, just I will take it, my lord.
Okay, so he's bringing up points here, saying that NT has done a lot of mistakes, and plus there is also organized criminal gangs who are engaged in this business of getting the NEET paper and leaking it and making money out of it, right? So because of this, it affects a lot of candidates. So even let's say 10,000 candidates get into this, getting high marks because of this leak. This is going to affect a lot of genuine candidates who really worked hard to get marks, right? They should be the first preference to get the government seat, is what he's trying to say. So, and he also says that with the information that we know currently, we know that the NEET exam happened. There has been malpractice in certain areas, and so he's requesting the judges to think about re-exam for the candidates who have actually qualified, so 164 and above. So at least for those candidates, conduct a re-exam and figure out if they are also worthy of the seat, because he says that with the exam that was conducted, right, with the exam that was conducted for 1,563 candidates, it has shown clearly that a lot of candidates who got 720 marks scored very low in the retest. So that also begs the question of if there has been some malpractice.
My lord, I'll be grateful if your lordship give me little time and relieve me. Now, my lord, I'm grateful in one sense.
Now tell us, you want a retest, you don't want a retest.
I'm absolutely and unmissed and categorical terms asking for a retest. And my lord, I'm not asking for the.
I thought you didn't want a retest.
No, my lord. My lord, I said I'm happy that people I prepared an application. What I have said in the application have been echoed by friend Sanjay and my friend. Treat this examination as a preliminary examination and conduct a main examination now. And believe that it is the main preliminary examination. This, my lord, the issue here is not, we are not conducting a criminal trial. But, my lord, we are not even conducting a civil trial. The question whether the accuracy of these allegations are absolutely irrelevant. It is a question of common sense. It's a question of prudence. It's a matter, if I may not be mistaken, it's a matter of governance. But I rely on your lordship's judgment to say that these issues involve violation of fundamental rights and therefore justiciable. I have only one difficulty I'm asking myself a question. In Bombay, I always ask a question openly. Here I follow the Supreme Court practice of asking a question to myself. That, my lord, if these issues are justiciable, there are many who are qualified. And can this court ever decide without they being heard? Because these proceedings are not representative proceedings.
Okay,
But my lord,
what do you have to argue?
no, I am coming to that. My lord, the question is, it's an administrative, it's a question of governance. Last time, no, I'm exactly on the point. The point is that the integrity of the examination, the credibility of the examination is under doubt. It is not because the leak is proven in Rajkot. It is not because leak is proved.
Apart from what Mr. Buddha argued.
No.
So one thing, the lawyer who's come now, he's saying that there is no preliminary exam for the NEET exam. So in JEE, you know that there is a prelims and then the main exam. And he's saying that in NEET exam, there is no preliminary exam, and he's challenging that. He's saying that the NEET exam is not, it's not a good model of exam, and he's challenging the NEET exam itself, which is at the current stage, it might be a big decision to take, is what he's saying.
I am not saying anything which is no, my lord, let me, no, my lord, you have been very kind to and very patient to Buddha. I am not saying a word which my friend Buddha has said. I will not. Only two things, my lord. The other day I said, no, my lord.
You said two things. What is the
First, my lord, only thing which I endorse Buddha is as a reference to this, my lord, the well chart. And the well chart before that, I rely on. No, I'm sure I'm taking. I will not say anything which somebody has argued. I will say only deal with issues which nobody has addressed. There is a counter affidavit. I'm not playing on anybody else's document except my friends, the government's counter affidavit. In counter affidavit in petition civil number 362 of 2024. A point that what is
formulate?
yes. The point is this graph shown is X phase income. It is I'm a commerce graduate. I'm no engineer, but to me, and it find no difficulty to explain. I take your lordship to page 17, page 17 of the counter affidavit. There, my lord, your lordship will find the year-wise mark obtained. The lordship will have a look at, madam, please. Then the total is the 2024 count between 700 to 720, etc., etc. It is the total I have calculated. It comes to 1,42,137. 1,32,137. Now, my lord, they have created a chart. They have given a chart, and that is on the previous page. At page 13, that's a so-called bell curve. It is so microscopic. But here, I take your lordship to page 13, detailed analysis. And my lord, let me take your lordship to the entry 520 to 540. 520 to 540, and that is not directly linked to the dot shown above. It is in between. Now, they are given certain figures. 25.7, 23.2, 20.7, and 2.
Okay, so he's mentioning the counter affidavit given by NTA, and he's showing few graphs, and he's
total list, it is 83,000 and your lordship, the figures.
So the judges are discussing something. We'll have to wait for a few minutes.
And I'll take your lordship to chart. There's an important issue to be stated, my lord. This chart, 25, 23, etc. The total is 83,900. Going by the chart, this page, the total number is 1,42,137, and there's a shortage of 58,237. And therefore, my lord, this chart is manifestly, I'm not using very strong expression, incorrect. The engineer consultant said something else. My lord, I only quoted Mark Twain: lies, damn lies, and statistics. So, my lord, therefore, this chart, this bell chart, is a fraud. Then coming to that, my friend took you, your lordship, to the chart of many Sundays. There, my lord, the one chart confers. I'm now, my lord, it is not my argument that there is no leak because of the bell chart. It is the argument which my friends have addressed to the court to establish that everything is normal. So this bell chart itself, which shows, here it's all about first impression. What MFS and appeals. Not have anything to be proved absolutely. SICAR, anybody can give the explanation that SICAR is an education center, but that explanation will not work with the dashboard. Dashboard is not it's not a coaching center. But the fact will remain to be considered is, now this leaks has been, the leak industry. The leak industry is worth 25,000 crores, 2,500 crores, because 50,000 needs the medical seats are there. 25,000 on merit basis, and the medical colleges at the capitation fee is anything between 50 lakhs to 1 crore, and therefore this industry, what they're involved in is an industry for 2,500 crores, and leakage, the question of examination leakage, it has been happening for many years. I would know it happened in 2013, it happened in 2014, it happened in 2016, and these stations which we have referred to with Haryana, that was all involved in that. And in 2017, the matter came before this court.
So one thing that he's saying that one point you were saying is the bell curve. So he's saying that the data is incorrect and that a lot of data points have missed. This is one thing he said. And next thing he's saying is that the SICAR, Kota and all, these are coaching center cities. And in other places like Rajkot, there is obviously a leak is what he's trying to say. And and he's saying that the leak is systematic and it has been happening for many years. And and he's saying that it is a issue.
Then, my lord, let me conclude it, my lord. My lord, let me conclude it. Therefore,
Judges are not very happy with this.
The leak which is not in dispute, which occurred in Patna, has reflected in the results of, for instance, Latur. Latur is not a great education coaching hub. And that is a question which is not extremely relevant, because they ask any student, and I have filed a petition. The petitioners have scored, all of them have scored more than 650. Yes, I will tell you the marks, the petitioners who assisted numbers was correct. Yes, the numbers just take 1 minute to your lordship. 690. Then Anuraga got 652. And one of the students here. And she got, yes. So therefore, my lord, I conclude, the examination be cancelled and the examination be conducted for those who are eligible for 15 lakhs.
My first prayer was really, I'm not repeating what my learned seniors have argued. There was only one judgment for your lordship's assistance, my lord. The observations are very relevant in this Tanvi Sarwal's judgment. Because, my lord, in lordships came to a conclusion that there were 44 students confused with the better. That situation also your lordships were 6 lakhs. Yes, out of 6 lakhs. But your lordships were in a situation to see what could be done in this situation, whether you should cancel the exam or not wait for the investigation. But in that situation, your lordships have cancelled the exam, certain observations, because ultimately these are medical doctors who are playing the lights. Lord, they will be yes, 2015 6 SCC 573. Yes.
So the new lawyer, he's bringing up the Tanvi Sarwal case, which happened in 2015. So he's referring to it, and he's saying that this time there were 44 candidates who got full mark, actual full marks, who got all the questions right. I'm not talking about 720. And he's referring to the Tanvi Sarwal case. Let's see what he says.
If my line, what must you just repeat this? 2015, 6S. No, 2015, 6 SCC 57B. No, the repetitions what we have filed. Because here in this situation, in this matter also, the investigation was in process. Certain reports were before your lordships. And your lordship did come to a conclusion that we don't need to wait for the reports. Very fact that 44 also have benefited. Lordship may just turn to 593 page minutes. That's para 14.19. This was also Milord's medical examination, APIMT Milord's at that time when CBSE was conducted before the NEET came in. If I may read Milord's 14.19. Till date, 44 candidates have been, am I with the Lordship? Yes. Till date, 44 candidates have been found to be confirmed beneficiaries in the scheme who have been supplied with answer keys during the examination through electronic devices installed in their vests. Out of 358 suspects, mobile numbers of beneficiaries, 44 have been found to be registered as fake identities. 166 all those were in respect of the facts which were there. In 15 the investigating agency in this report has stated in clear terms that from the disclosures recorded, it is beyond doubt that the strategy of providing answer keys has been executed by an organized gang with a network spreading over different parts of the country. The Inspector General Haryana, who was present with his team, having been granted the leave, submitted the investigation. Full swing is in progress. So then I'll take your lordship down, Milords, where your lordships have held para 19 Milords. Second.
So he's referring to the Tanvi Sarwal case and the judgment that was passed at that time, and he's saying that at that time this was the judgment with these with this scenario. This was the judgment that was given. So he's demanding a similar judgment.
Identified candidates stated to be the beneficiaries of the unprincipled maneuver by withholding their results for the time being, in our comprehension, cannot be the solution to the problem that confronts all of us. Not only thereby, if the process is allowed to advance, it would be pushed to the vortex of litigation pertaining thereto in the foreseeable future. The prospects of the candidates would not only remain uncertain and tentative, they would also remain plagued with the prolonged anguish and anxiety involved in the ordeal of court cases. Acting on this opinion would in our estimate amount to driving knowingly the students who are not at fault to an uncertain future with their academic career in jeopardy on many counts. Further, there would also be lurking possibility of unidentified beneficiaries. This is important. Candidates stealing a march over them on the basis of the advantages availed by them through the underhand dealings as revealed. Having regard to the facts that the courts involved, sorry.
So he's still referring to the Tanvi Sarwal case, and he's saying that there were a lot of candidates who did malpractice, and because of that, they were not able to. The candidates who actually worked hard were not able to get good seats, right? And they were also not able to find the candidates who actually participated in this, and they're not able to separate these candidates from the other candidates. They didn't know the extent of the damage, and that being the case, they had ordered for a re-exam. So he's referring to that judgment and hoping to get a similar judgment like that. So the judges are discussing this.
Yes. This Milos at the top of 595, very relevant Milos, having regard to the fact that the course involved with time would yield the future generations of doctors to the country who would be in charge of public health. Their inherent merit to quality for taking the course can by no means be compromised. Then then they talk about the facts of the case, Milots, and then around 8-9 lines from the top. We are conscious of the fact that every examination being conducted by human agency is likely to suffer from some shortcomings, but deliberate inroads into a framework of the magnitude and the nature as exhibited in the present case demonstrate a deep-seated and pervasive impact which ought to not to be disregarded or glossed over, lest it may amount to travesty of proclaimed mechanism to impartially judge the comparative merit of the candidates partaking therein. Then, if your lordship may come down to para 21. Conscious are we that as a consequence, all India PMT Dental 2015 would have to be annulled, thereby disturbing the time schedule given by this court in so and so judgments, though we respectfully subscribe to the calendar of the dates fixed in these cases, more particularly in the textual context thereof, we perceive that in the extraordinary fact situation that confronts us, where the examination involved is vitiated to the core by use of deceitful means and measures to the benefit of some, the consideration of departure from the set time schedule per se would not be a wholesome justification to sustain the otherwise tainted exercise. The time frame fixed by this court in the above case, in our opinion, we are not intended to be inflexibly adhered to in the situation of the kind with which we are seized off. The schedule of dates was fixed so as to streamline and discipline the process of admission by uniform application. So, in this, then para 23, we are aware that the application of the exam would result in some inconvenience to all concerned and that some extra time would be consumed for holding fresh examinations with the renewed efforts. This, however, according to us, is the price that stakeholders would have to suffer in order to maintain the impeccable and irrefutable sanctity and credibility of the process of examination, to assess the innate worth and capability of the participating candidates for being assigned inter se merits.
So here he's reading out the previous judgment, and this actually matches with the current situation. And because here also we are not able to remove the tainted from the untainted candidates, and the judgment also says that to keep the sanctity of the exam and also to think about the future of the country, because whoever becomes a doctor will be involved in the public health of the country. So for the future of the country and also for the candidates that will be affected, that the retest was conducted. That was the judgment. So he is referring to that. So, judges are discussing. We'll see what they say.
So, in this, your lordship did order re-examination of more than 6 lakh students. At the cost when 44 was available before them, that yes, they are confirmed beneficiaries. And the last submission in this, which I am obliged to my learned friend to have shown it, there is a statement line, even if one undeserving candidate, this is in para 20, even if one undeserving candidate, beneficiary of such illegal mechanism, though undetected, is retained in the process, it would be a denial of claim for more deserving candidates. So in para 20, lordships have said that. Plus today, the investing. Plus, there are other players in my petition. The lordships are only considering re-NEET as of now, because other players as of
Like what?
yes, I have said it was in the alternative, if your lordships are not inclined. There were many students, not only 1563 students, who had been given question papers late. In fact, I have annexed OMR sheet in my IA. 20, 220 is the time at which I have also annexed the invigilator instructions. We have to put the time. So there are many students. Nobody knew that they would get a time frame, for the. And there is one student, who has written to them, Lords. That's the individual grievance, Lords. Should I argue it, Lords, now or your Lords? Then because
Sorry, sir.
that's the individual grievance, Lords. Should I argue it, Lords, now or your Lordship would considerably the
We are not going to entertain individual grievances at all.
then, Lords, then because
It's not the remedy for that. Article 32 is not.
no, Lords, because everything was before your Lordship. Now the examination has to start. Well, the counselling has to start. So, my lords, if the OMR, my lords, I have not been given my OMR sheet, my lords, my lords, that's one of the prayers. So, I don't want, my lords, my lords, because the,
My lords, I represent,
only,
I
my lords, then if your lordship is not entertaining, at least give me a chance, my lords, to go to the High Court as regards that prayer, my lords. Otherwise, then I'll be, my lords, nowhere in that regard.
My lords, I represent students from RNC, my lords, and we have a distinct stand on the subject. Apart from supporting what my learned colleagues have stated with respect to the of the exam, the reconduct of the exam, my lords, I am also challenging the fact that 1563 students, my lords, were asked to sit for a retest on the 23rd of June. According to me, my lords, that classification or computation of 1563 students, my lords, is totally faulty. And I lay put my submissions on this, my lords. I'm in petition number 384, my lords, with petition number 384. And if my lord comes to the notification dated the 5th of May 2024, my lords, which is annexure P3 in my petition, my lords, 3.36 at 384 of 2024. This notification, my lords, crystallizes the problem that was faced on the day of the exam. And this is only one single solitary notification by the NTA, my lords, on the evening of the day of the exam, accepting the fact that only one center at Savai Madhu involving 120 students, my lords, was the cause for concern. Now, from the 5th of May till the 6th of June, which is 2 days after the declaration of the results, from the 5th of May till the 6th of June 2024, there is not a single testimony by the NTA, my lords, in its website, which it keeps updating every day with respect to students who have been affected at the respective centers. The question I pose unto myself, my lord, is if, as on the date of the exam, the NTA came out with a figure of one center at Savai Madhu involving 120 students alone, the question I ask unto myself, my lord, is after declaration of results on the 4th of June, how has the NTA come to compute the magical figure of 1563 students? That's one question, my lord. The second question is that I ask unto myself is, should in case this figure of 1563 students as put out by NTA be taken as genuine, then the next question that this honorable court will have to ask of them is, does the 1563 students constitute a particular area in these three names that have been spoken about? Or do the 1563 students, my lords, constitute from all over the country? If they constitute from all over the country, my lords, it is indeed a systemic failure on the part of the NTA, which they have brushed aside under the carpet deliberately, my lords, pulled wool over everybody's eyes. And had it not been for the outpouring of grievances that came from the students on the 4th of June, my lords, even this fact of 1563 would have been suppressed successfully. Now, with respect to the...
Okay, so one thing he's saying is that the 1563 candidates who got the re-exam, he's saying that that is a faulty number. He's saying that that he's not sure how NTA came about with that number, and he's saying that more candidates should have been added in that. And this was the prayer even by the previous person who was saying that there are candidates who were not given enough time to complete the exam, and they were not given enough time to complete the exam, and these candidates did not receive grace marks, and these candidates were not included in the 1563 candidates list. So let's continue this and see what he says.
Restricted to 1563 students, my lords, the question of law that I wish to point out to this honorable court, my lord, is if my lord has only for a moment the National Medical Commission Act.
The petitions challenging that have been discussed.
Sorry, my lord.
Petitions challenging the retest
It's 53. Yeah.
that they have been rejected.
done for those 15 students. And the reason for that is, my lord, section 14, it has not been rejected. It was only said it will be heard later. Notices were issued. It is pending. And tagged it along with the main issue. So the issue is still pending, alive, simmering. If my lord now has only for a moment section 14 of the National Medical Commission Act, the lord may just be permitted to help me. Yes, my lord, just come. And may lord just be permitted to read this. Section 14, my lord. My lord is open. It says there shall be a uniform national eligibility come entrance test for admission to the undergraduate and postgraduate so and so exam. I only pause here for a moment, my lords. The fact that the statute specifies that there is only one exam, my lords, for the academic year 24-25. We have already seen two exams, my lords. One held on the 5th of May 2024, and a retest, my lords, which has been done on the 23rd of June. Now, technically speaking, my lords, if there is one exam that is contemplated by the statute, my lords, and this is the statute that governs the entrance exam, if there is one exam that is contemplated by this statute, my lords, then the very holding of a retest, whether it be 1563 or whether it be n number of students, my lords, the NTA does not have the power, could not have had the power, does not have had the power, my lords, to do a retest for the limited number of students that it has done on the 23rd of June.
Okay,
and insofar as
so he's bringing up a point that only one exam has to be conducted for the whole country. Okay, so that it is uniform and there is no disadvantages to candidates. And he's saying that already one exam has been conducted and a retest also has been conducted, and that has been attached with the main exam itself, right? The marks have been announced, and candidates have been given all their ranks. So he's saying that by law that is not right. Okay, so let's see what he's saying. There are some discussions going on. Just skip forward.
The NTA could not.
Yes.
Right, please. And insofar as the NTA could not have conducted the second exam with respect to the same academic year, the exam that the NTA has conducted on the 23rd of June, my lords, results of which were declared on the 30th of June, must be set aside, my lords. The third aspect that I wish.
So he is calling the re-exam, which is conducted for 1563 candidates. He is asking the court to cancel that results. Okay, so this is again getting complicated. So let's see how they respond.
That I wish to bring. The third aspect that I wish to bring forth before this honorable court, my lords. I may not have come as on date, my lords, within the 50th percentile, but then the difficulty is of their own creation, my lords. When they introduce the examination system for NEET 24 on the 9th of February 2024, saying that there will be an exam held on the 5th of May, my lords, at no point of time in their initial dossier or notification do they come about that they will open a window? Now, when they opened this window on the 8th of April, giving a limited time frame between the 9th of April to the 10th, just 24-hour window between the 9th of April to the 10th of April to enroll students, as per our estimates, my lords, 24,000 and odd students have got onto the bandwagon of this exam. Now, imagine, my lords, imagine my plight. I'm a 12th class student who's been preparing for this exam right from class 8 onwards. Class 8, class 9, class 10, class 11, and class 12. 5 years of study have been spent for the opening of a window, which I comply, my lords, on up till the 16th of March 2024. What happens subsequently, my lords, is somebody for the betterment or who has some understanding with the NTA gets a window open on the 8th of April for the 9th and the 10th. Unknown to all, this window is open, my lords, and let open at 10 in the night on the 8th of April. 10 in the night of the 8th of April, if a window has been opened, my lords, and 24,000 and odd students have got onto this bandwagon of this exam, my lords, the fact that today I do not have a good rank today is itself reason for the fact that, my lords, I have been trampled upon by 24,000 and odd students who have no business to be in this exam hall.
Okay, so he's bringing up a point regarding the reopening of the registration window. And this 24,000 candidates, I think NTA has already published this data, and they show that there is not much impact on this. I don't know how much of a strong argument this is.
Delinquent, they have not shown the vigilance required of them to have filled up the forms when the forms were first brought out up till the 16th of February, 16th of. That's my submission.
My lords, may I speak to to also address the issue of question number 19? We are contesting the fact that by deeming fiction, when the NT chose to say that. My lords, item number 4. Yes, my lords. My lords, my submission is this. A question is set by the NTA that is ex facie ambiguous. The petitioner herein is a hardworking child who has got 711 marks. She is ranked 317. Apart from this ambiguous question, there is only one other question that she has gotten wrong. She was studying for 4 years. When she came across this question, she realized that the two NCERT books say two very different things. She knows it.
Didn't answer the question.
So she chose to not answer the question because outrightly she knows that this is an ambiguous question. And she also knows that the instructions of the question paper are extremely clear. They say that she can only answer one question.
Full marks for those who attempted question option 2 or option 4. Candidates who are good candidates who did not accept the question.
Yes.
They don't get those 4 marks.
They don't. And
if you got the 4 marks, you would have gone up from 711 to 750.
I would in fact be in the top 100 marks of this examination, my lords. And currently I'm at rank 317, and this is going to, if in the top 400 marks there's a difference of, let's say, 200 odd ranks, my lords can very well imagine what the ranking is going to look like for 108,000 students. This is going to affect the rank list entirely and completely. And my lords, the NTA tries to rely on their information bulletin, which says that if you come across a question that has 2 correct answers, you rely on one. But my lords, what they're forgetting is, I do not know till after the question paper whether they're going to treat the 2019 NCERT edition as the correct one or the one prior to it. I'm not aware of that. So therefore, I cannot make the determination that there are 2 correct answers. Therefore, I have no instruction. I cannot assume that the NTA is going to, after the exam, choose to say that it was right that you could have marked either of those. It is by deeming fiction that they...
Okay, so she's bringing up a point here. So she's representing a candidate who's got 711 marks. Okay, and in one of the questions there were 2 correct answers, but this 2 correct answers is based on different editions of NCERT. Okay, so being such, this candidate decided not to fill any answers for this question. So if they didn't fill any answers for this question, and because their point is, if I fill one of this answer, what if NTA decides that they want to choose some other answer, right? The NCRT the edition is different, right? So the candidate decided not to answer the question, and NTA did not award this candidate any mark. So this is the prayer that is coming up.
That children have come and said that we are using books of our elder siblings and therefore we shouldn't be held responsible for it. We're using old editions. Please give us this grace mark. And then the NTA makes that decision. And therefore, if I cannot rely on any instructions that have been given to me, and I rely on the fact that this is ambiguous, I decide to not attempt the question because there is negative marking. I know that each mark in this question could mean hundreds of ranks for me. And again, I reiterate the fact that I have only one question wrong apart from this ambiguous question in my attempt. I have done extremely well. Just to take my submission forward, my lord, I will not hold my lords for very long. There is
just one question wrong
apart from this, my lord. I am at rank 317 after the revised rank has come. I am likely to be in the top 100 ranks if I'm given 4 marks and I go up to 715, and there will be others who will also move up in rank.
This is a valid point that she's coming up with, but this is not related to NEET or e-NEET. It's just a mark issue.
That question deleted, and I just, my primary prayer is that this question should be deleted and therefore everyone will be marked out of 716 marks or out of 179 questions. But in the alternate method, if we were to go by the NTA's own rules, and therefore they are only supposed to consider what is in the newest edition of the NCRT as part of the syllabus, then those grace marks should not be offered. And they should stick to the fact that only option 4 is the correct one, and then no one should get grace marks, and therefore the rules that they have themselves set can be met. And my lords, on my primary prayer though, can I just show my lords one judgment of this honorable court from 1983, my lords. My lords, it's 1983 for SCC 309.
She's referring to an older judgment.
Kanpur University versus Samir Gupta.
At
Paragraph 18, my lords. And my lords, I'll briefly state the facts. This was
what's the principle which is laid down?
My lords, the principle was exactly this. This honorable court laid down that if prima facie it is determined that a question is ambiguous, then that question should not be considered as part of the examination, should be deleted, and should not be marked upon at all. This was a question also relating to a medical examination. This case also related to a medical.
clear. The question is not ambiguous.
Yes, Your Lordship.
What they could have really done was they could have said, look, only option 4 is the correct answer.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Because they got these representations like an earlier edition of the NCRT book.
Your Lordship, in 2019 itself, the change has been made, Your Lordship.
But they stated an affidavit, Your Lordship, very clearly that 9 experts had finalized the answers thereafter. Thereafter, while they have same line.
But
Let us finish. Yeah.
So my lords,
So you are saying that, well, you should be given 4 marks. Fortunately, if that is not possible, then delete that full question for everybody.
yes, my lords. And if alternatively that is also not possible, then
Or treat option 4 instead.
yes, because then
So at least then the number of people who will get that additional marks will be less.
lords, you can see in the top 70, the people who got 720, only 44 people will be.
Your Lordship, there has been increase of 297% on rank 1 only because of this bonus marking that has been done by NEET.
My lords are well aware of that. That there is going to be a huge change in the ranking. 44 students who got 720 is because of this.
Your Lordship, there might be
44, right? Out of 61.
Your Lordship, if to consider that rank 1 is aiming to go to AIMS Delhi, if there are 50 odd seats, it is very highly not possible for even rank 1 students to get a
It's into the top
in that seat, Your Lordship.
specifically.
Okay, so they're saying that they're coming up with a logic saying that one is this candidate who is representing, they have to get the 4 marks because they decided not to attend it. Alternatively, they're saying that this question be deleted and all the marks that have been awarded to candidates have to be removed. Alternatively, they're saying that the option number 4 has to be removed so that this issue will be sorted. And they are giving an explanation along with that, saying that 44 candidates actually got 720 because of this question. Okay, so this might, if the judges take up this and if it is implemented, this will affect the overall ranking also. And they're giving an example saying that in AIMS Delhi, for example, which is one of the top colleges, in the AIMS Delhi, if candidates, if let's say there are 50 general seats, right? So if there are 50 general seats, even candidate who got 720 mark might not be able to get the AIMS seat, right? That is a point that they're coming up with.
It's the difference between whether she gets into the top 2 colleges of this country or not.
So the alternate prayer is that look, treat only option 4 is the correct answer.
As per your rules, and that is fine.
What do you say?
The rules say that the latest edition of the NCRT is going to be treated as the syllabus for NEET.
In the same point, the NCRT syllabus is very clear. It is a rationalized textbook on its website. It says that the contents which are irrelevant in the present context, the present edition is a reformatted version after carrying out the changes given above. The present textbook uploaded in PDF form are rationalized textbooks. These were rationalized for the session 2022-2023 and will continue from 2023 to 2024. So, Your Lordship, the same fact has been stated in 2019 edition as well. So, if we are going backwards in 28 and considering that a student who studied 2018 is giving the examination, so the student has to be aware of the latest developments that are taking place. Also, there have been circulation of fact that the study material provided by all these coaching institutes, they themselves are referring to 2018 editions. I have certain copies, but Your Lordship, I'm not going on that fact. But the student has to be aware of the latest development.
Grade also 7 and 16. Ultimately, if you are not there, then
Your Lordship, in my case, I have answered the question correctly. I have answered point for the option 4 as the right answer. Yes, Your Lordship, because the question is not ambiguous. Answer. Yes, Your Lordship.
But you answered correctly.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So you are both saying treat question 4 only as a correct.
Yes, Your Lordship.
In her case, the benefit will be that the number of people who get the 4 marks will be less.
Yes, sir.
In your case, you have answered the question.
Yes.
If you want the exclusion of those who gave option.
So the grace marks, the candidates who got grace mark for the second option, those candidates, the grace marks will be retracted, and so their clients will get better seats, is their prayer.
What did you answer? 4 or option 2 or 4?
Some issue with the audio. Okay, audio is bad.
Correct answer I have answered, my lord. That is a
With what? There were 2 correct answers.
no, my lord. Only one correct answer was given in the pilot. What happened here? Can I clarify? Only one sentence.
Did you answer option 2 or option 4?
My lord, there are two correct. My lord, correct.
You answered 3.
Answer 3. That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, okay. There is some confusion here. We don't know if they are talking about the same question.
But to us, we might even come to the conclusion that option 1 was the correct option.
I have filed the document.
This question has different options as treated as
different.
because there are different question papers where this same question is a different question number, and then the options are also differently numbered.
Oh, okay.
So the option 4 is option 3.
Okay, so the question is the same, but the number of the question is different, and for different people, the options are also different. Okay, fine.
Yes. Can I request?
The option that is
Yes, sir. Correct. Can you see here?
He's on the same.
It's on the same one as none.
But can you see page number 13 of my additional paperwork, pilot? I have filed the documents on the record.
Maybe 3.
I have.
Yeah.
4 maybe. 4 maybe. Yes, correct. Pilot, can you see what?
See, both your learners have done the arguing for you. Just sit, sail with them.
But only.
Let them push the over. You might actually.
Pilot, deletion would not be with my.
Both your learned young friends have made very well.
Well, can I request only one thing, man? Page number 19 and 20.
We have spoiled your case and their case as well.
Page number 19 and 20, my lord, we have filed the NCRT textbook also, where it has been mentioned that which is correct one. In 2023, my lord, the correct one has been mentioned. Therefore, my lord, answer it was given earlier, first time published is the correct answer.
Same. It's the same argument.
Same argument. That question 4 was the option 4.
It is in my case.
Okay. So unless they actually say the actual question and what is the answer, it will be a confusion.
Ranking is very important factor, my lord. Our petitioners have got 700, 680, 682.
So this
Okay.
is the problem. And these are all genuine truths because see, the point is what the young raised is a very powerful argument that they say that the instructions are that you must go by the latest version. Now, option 4 is actually according to the correct. You pick up that as your key.
Correct.
Now, you decided to accept option 2 based on the fact that the 2019 edition of the NCRT book had what is option 2. They are saying that look, option 4 being the correct answer. Both of them are they are arguing basically on the same line. The first learner, Suriti Chaudhary, he argues that though I didn't answer it, don't give those who answered option 2 full mark. The other
Isha,
teachers arguing that I answered that. How can you give somebody who answered option 2?
I understood.
There, I think they may have a point.
They have a the fallacy will be this. In the first argument, those who have not answered. Incidentally, she happens to be a candidate who is falling within first 100, possibly.
Then a possible answer to what Suriti argued is that you don't answer the question. The assumption is that you don't know the answer.
Otherwise, the benefit will go. Otherwise, this benefit will go to.
He argued that look, as a responsible student, I thought that there was an ambiguity that question 2 and question 4, rather than get a negative mark, I decided not to.
I have understood that submission, that argument of my learned friend. It's a very catchy argument. But suppose, my lord, she happens to be having 700 plus. But suppose I am having only 50 marks. And I did not answer because I did not know the answer. Then, my lord, if we go by the general rule, that then delete all the answers, or those who were very confident and knew about the new rule.
Her alternate argument is that delete the entire question.
Yes.
The second question, the second alternate argument is that even if you allot question, don't give me any marks. He says I'm out on that question because I didn't attempt it. I didn't know. But give 4 marks only to those who gave option 4 is the correct answer. Because her argument is, okay, I don't get anything in this. But by giving 4 marks to those who give option 2, you are actually increasing the number of people who got full marks.
Yes,
That is the area which is the
alternate
argument.
I try and answer.
And even they have changed the answer also subsequently.
And that is made very clear in the case of Isha's client, because there she is unlike the first case, her client answers that and answers correctly. So both these candidates, if they are right, then the number of people above them will come down to task.
What we have considered is this.
That's the point we have to consider on this.
Yeah, this is a very fair point. I think it's a mistake by the NTA. Looks like a mistake. We'll
Otherwise,
have to-
my immediate answer is, we are not dealing with a situation where out of 2, one answer is wrong and one answer is.
So why did NTA eventually come to the conclusion that we will give full marks for option 2 also?
The reason is both were otherwise correct answers, the additions changed. So the confusion was logical.
Scientifically,
But-
biology is not be. How can you say atoms, most elements of the atom are stable, and then also say all are stable? It'll either be most.
What is the question?
My lord, I just read it out. My lord's question.
Okay,
number
now the actual question and answer is going to come out.
19 says-
Let's see what it is.
On talk of criminal procedure, right? So we'll be able to understand it better.
My lord, it's actually, in terms of English construction, it is very straightforward.
2 statements. Statement 1. Just read it.
Statement 1, my lord, says that
Mr. is very confident of the both of us don't have that. We'll see for that.
my lord, statement 1 says atoms are electrically neutral as they contain equal number of positive and negative charges. To this, there is no problem, my lords. This is fine. Statement 2 says atoms of
What is the
each
question?
element.
If you can read the question, please.
Sure.
Oh,
That's the
oh,
question.
that's the question. Okay.
Statement 2, atoms of each element are stable and emit their characteristic spectrum. Now, my lords, the interesting part is that as per the old NCRT, the answer is atoms of each element are stable and emit characteristic spectrum. As per the new NCRT, it says atoms of most of the elements are stable and emit characteristic spectrum. Now, if a student is looking at this and they know that the new one says most and the old one says each, it is not possible that both are correct. It can either be each or it can be most. Now,
Scientifically, the radioactive elements are not stable.
The answer he said option 4 is therefore the correct answer.
yes.
Your Lordship, this was edited, this new edition came into 2019 itself. That atoms of most.
I have understood the problem.
But students are expected to read the new edition or the old edition?
New edition. That's the rule.
That's the rule.
Yes,
But rely on an old edition. How can that
He is also, my lord, not to be faulted. That's
No, but your rule says that you have to read the latest.
Yeah, if it is, so they're clearly saying new edition, but they have awarded grace marks for the old.
So by giving marks to option 2, you are going against your own rule, which says you must read the latest edition.
let me examine. I have understood. There is a
To be affected in the
but the 9 lakhs have given answer 4 to be correct.
Let's,
see those who have given 4 as correct are fine.
928 and
427.
4 lakh 20,000.
Just tell us, Professor, what are the figures?
Lord, only as per the old book, The candidates who have given answer is 4,20,773.
That's option 2.
Yes.
And option 4.
And new 9,28,379.
So the majority of candidates have given the option 4.
79.
So if you take only option 4 as the correct answer, these 9,28,379 will get full marks for that.
Which we've already.
So 4 lakhs, you can also take options, but 4,20,000 students will get
From the rank list.
either 0 or a negative mark.
Negative. Might get the negative.
5 marks difference.
That's why in totality.
So 5 marks.
5 marks.
So they will lose their 4 correct marks
And
and they will get one negative.
Your Lordship, what is surprising?
My lords, therefore, when we want to find an equitable solution,
So so the judges are discussing. Apparently, one of the judges is an expert, so we'll have to wait and see.
We received representations from poor families that we used our siblings' book or we did have new editions, etc.
Surprising is the older edition, which may have the newest edition 2019 already has that the most elements are stable and embed characteristic spectrum. But what is surprising is the old booklet, that is 2018 or backward, is not even available in the market.
That is available. Then
I tried to find out what is the older version. From where will I get it? The books are not available. If a child is reading their older siblings' books, so I don't know when did they pass out.
the books are passed down, my lords. That's the reason, and most importantly, it's the reason that a lot of there may be sent
older versions have.
older version.
I'm not going to join issue. They have some case, we will examine.
If I am a student from EWS
Okay.
and I have the
Some discussion is going on.
The problem is suppose we accept it. We say that anybody who answered option 2 doesn't get any marks. Those students are here.
And
Just say
it would reshuffle
5 marks. 5 marks, a very substantial difference.
4 plus 1.
Committee would make about 44 out of 61 students.
And those
Then
who have
all those 44 students will not only go down from 720 million, from 720 they'll go down to 715.
and those who have not answered, not because they were brilliant, but because they were not answering, they would be benefiting.
In the sense that those who answered option 2 will go out of the.
my lords, if we were to do this equitably,
Mr. Solicitor, the way your answers are framed, answer 2 is both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct. Right? That means both are correct. Okay. 4 is statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. You couldn't have repeated both as correct answers.
Yes, your Lord. Your Lord.
2 and 4. 2 and 4.
Let me examine.
Okay, it's a clear mistake.
Either option 2 or option 4. How can
Both can't be true.
both can't? They can't survive. They can't exist.
Prima facie, that is yes.
they can't. My lords,
With my Lord's kind permission, with my Lord's kind permission, may I beg to appear in item number 3.21?
One option is usually.
yes, one is saying yes, other is saying no. So it's clear case of the ruling outside.
Your Lordship, the provisional answer key had option 4 as the right answer. It's only subsequent to the challenge by 30,000 odd students that the expert committee tend to change the answer. Yes, sir. It's deeming.
The change is not because 2 is also correct.
No.
Because 2 was what we call an older age.
yes.
Correct also. We do not know, but right now I can't say.
Your Lordship.
My lords, sign.
Technically, but
The experts. Mr. Simpson, did the experts say that actually 2 is the correct answer?
I have not seen.
That's what you said.
Initially, first answer he had shown option 2 only correct, sir. It is the what difference of the question number. And later on 2 options of the revised answer.
All right, now you've heard everybody of this.
There is one, there is
Both answers cannot be correct. As a layman, let me.
No, the statement 2 can't be correct because the radioactive element is not stable.
Yes, Your Lordship.
So the answer, correct answer would have to be 4.
And it's submitted with 3.
Yes, yes.
Varying from paper to
So possibly the earlier books mentioned a wrong answer.
They mentioned the wrong answer.
That's
And it can't be that both answers are treated as correct because there is an internal inconsistency between option 2 and option. One can't survive with the other.
exactly. That's
Both
what
can
I say.
survive together.
That as a layman, I feel both can't coexist. Both can't be true.
You see, normally you take 2 options as correct, where possibly both options are the correct answer. Now, in a situation like this, there is obviously an internal inconsistency between option 2 and 4. Both can't survive together. That's the problem. But I'll tell you what is worrying us also. I mean, that now 4,20,000 students have got the benefit of what you have done.
And based upon the book printed and continued to remain
There
printed,
you don't have much of a case because your rules say that when you have to
I
go by
think
the
there is
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Lordship.
I think there is no such rule, my lord. I'm told, subject to verification.
we just check
There
that
is no
out.
such
You can also sit with the officers in the evening and
Yes,
tell us.
I will.
I appear in 3.20.
I have 3.34, my lord. In the,
To make a short summary.
where the writ petition was filed by the students.
3 point?
3.34, my lord, if my lord may kindly have it. The students of Jovai and Riboi,
So you got the wrong question paper.
wrong question paper. Then they were, right question papers were circulated, which resulted in a time lag of.
But
40
according to the NTA, the loss of time was compensated. No?
Lord, that is what I wanted to show. We were not given any compensatory marks, nor we were permitted to appear in the re-examination which was conducted for 1,563 students. And if my lord may kindly have my additional documents, IA number 133,878 of 2020.
Lord, Mr. Solicitor, this is a slightly different case. You can take instructions.
I am 3.20.
3.34. My learned solicitor.
I am appearing 3.3 and
3.16. I want to show two pages just Manoj.
Now, what is your grievance?
It is regarding Manoj that we say that a re-NEET should be happen, Manoj.
Sorry?
A retest should be happen, Manoj. Grievance is that, Manoj.
On what?
On Manoj, I have 2 pages, Manoj.
Now,
my IA.
all they are tell us how many lawyers are asserting a retest should be happening now. No, apart from those who have argued.
I'm the lawyer.
Those who are saying a retest should be happening, give us a 1-page, half-page written submission on why the retest should happen.
Yes,
email it to the court master by this evening. All right. Those who are saying a retest should happen, those who have argued in the court, you need not submit your written submissions. Those who additionally want to supplement half a page, you can give us.
Just one. There is one graph.
I say one thing more.
All right.
There is one graph.
With my lord's kind permission, I'm in 3.21.
There is one graph I want to show, Manoj.
So what graph?
The graph of the students, comparative graph of what was the test results, Manoj, between 2023 and 2024. There is a graph which, Manoj, the graph earlier was that it achieves a peak and it dies down, Manoj.
Right.
Now it is not like that. It is like it is achieving a peak, then it is going like this, Manoj.
Right.
Then coming to
that he showed.
Yes.
Friend showed.
And then, Manoj, there is one also secondary argument, Manoj. There was a news report which says there was CCTV missing, CCTVs which were there, which should be there, were missing. There were unguarded strong rooms, and which was found in an independent review of this, Manoj, by a third party, Manoj. So what was happened, Manoj? It is like 40% of the exam centers. There were no CCTVs. There no guard at the
point has been made. All right.
Lordship, permit me to mention something more than this.
Why don't you mention it in your
Lordship, today morning itself, I received some documents from my client. I did not file anything, but this is something more than that. I appeared in the examination. As per the matching of the answer sheet sent by the NTA, I obtained 561 marks. When NTA sent a result to me, then I obtained only 353 marks. When, as per my Lord's order, They uploaded the entire result. I obtained 461 marks. That is much more than that, my lord. No, it is not listed, my lord, because today itself I received all these things. So please, my lord, I have this, my lord. I have
not
this,
even
my
filed
lord.
a matter.
It's only today morning.
You have not even filed a matter. What do we take cognizance?
I could not file because itself
File
today
that-
morning I received all
Sir,
these things.
You file something, we'll then deal with it. We can't just take up matters like this.
These are 3-4 papers, lordship, if may see.
Look, anybody who has
And I
individual-
belongs to a
individual-
OBC candidate, my lord.
Anybody who has individual grievances, you may communicate your grievances. What we'll do is, we are hearing the broader issue here. Any individual grievances, we'll dealing and we'll hear that separately, you know.
Milos, 3.5.
One prayer is left out in item number 3.16. I have prayed, first prayer is re-NEET. Alternate prayer is, my lord says, forensic background check of the successful candidate.
All right, that will.
Milos, 3.25 is little different because we are saying that the no re-NEET should not happen.
Sorry?
This is for a group of students from Maharashtra, Milos. 3.25.
And you are saying there should be no retest.
No re-NEET. Yes, Milos.
So you have to be on this side.
Yes, yes.
So what is your argument with the way
The main argument is that this will create severe hardship to the students' hard work who have put in this effort not only since 8th till 12th, which is almost 4 to 5 years. Many students have also taken drop and prepared for this examination. And also, Milos, if we see the timeline, the process of registration started on 9th of Feb. The exam happened in May. The results came in June. So this will also entail them to again come back to this entire timeline and again draw back their procedure. So, Milos, we have certain submissions on that no re-NEET will be huge hardship for the students.
How many students are in the same boat as Ms. Tanvi Dubey, who said there should be no retest? All right, we have. Anyway,
My lord, I want to say one thing, my lord, in my matter, my lord.
That's the point.
I say, my lord, I have not attempted the question for the reason, my lord, because there was double answer, my lord. So because of, my lord, apprehensions of negative marking, I have not attempted, my lord. So I have filed an IA to that effect, my lord.
Virendra Kumar Sharma.
Please, my lord.
What is your contention?
My contention is, my lord, I have not attempted the questions, my lord, for the reason because there were two.
Question 19.
And I may get negative marking, my lord.
Question 19.
Yes, my lord.
Then that's same as your learned friend Ms. Sukriti Chaudhary didn't answer the question.
So I say, my lord, full marks is to be given, though I have not attempted because of the apprehension.
Yeah, that we have heard already. We have heard
total.
My lord,
and there is one more IA, my lord. There are two IA, my lord.
Now, what is your client's total mark?
Sorry, my lord.
How many marks did your client get totally?
My lord, total marks, my lord, I got, my lord, 654, my lord. 654, my lord. 6.
So you will get 658.
Yes, my lord.
My lords, in item 3.21, may I be permitted to say?
And one more application,
Later,
my lord, one
Mrs.
more
Gupta,
application.
the senior advocate, she is online where she's trying to make a submission. The issue is slightly different.
Yes, Ms. Gupta.
My lords, my case is a standalone matter. I am seeking retest and parity with the 1,563 students who've been permitted retest due to lack of loss of time. I suffer from hypohidrosis, which is extreme sweating of palms and sole. I was not permitted to take the handkerchief despite the fact it is not a banned item. Even in my OMR sheet, I could not fill my roll number properly. Lordship may kindly have page 41 of the PDF.
It will be a complete retest.
Yes, but that's because I lost my time in that because my OMR sheet, my roll number was wrongly mentioned. And then they put the white fluid, and then every time the video will show that I was not permitted. When I make a representation, they don't decide it. This court directs and they say there was no ban on getting the handkerchief. But still I was not permitted. I was carrying my medical certificate. Because of that excessive sweating, my bubbling was, my pen was moving because of the sweating. I couldn't do proper bubbling.
All right.
It's a
Thank you.
totally standalone case.
All right. So now we'll close the arguments on this side.
Deeply obliged.
May I mention item 3.24?
May I mention filed IA regarding that question only?
Completely different aspect.
May I mention one IA regarding that question only that has come in the office report only listed for today also, but it was not in the cause list. My IA may also be considered on the similar lines.
Item 3.34.
Lord, can I mention?
Lord, may I mention item 3.24?
In item 3.3.
Item 1, I am saying entire officials are involved.
Let's
Not
No.
Lord, may I? May I have kind permission to mention item 3.24, my lord? Please. One has submitted and the entire item is a completely different.
Possible option which we have for that question 19 is that we can appoint, you just take instructions. We can appoint right now. We can ask the director.
But that direction would imply that my argument for NEET is gone.
No, that is without prejudice to your ask. This is on this argument which these people are making. That we are going to hear arguments on the other side. Otherwise, what happens is after we decide that, then again to do this exercise will be too long. So simultaneously, we can do both. That is we are going to hear arguments on the other side. Otherwise, what happens is after we decide that,
Question is at
we should apply academic that further reach to that the
15, and there will be others who will also move up in rank.
affidavit, Your Lordship, very clearly that 3,000 were circulated. We are hearing the broader issue here. Any? No?
Well, Lord, may I? May I have kind permission to mention item 3.24, my lord, please?
Client's total mark.
His own rules. Your Lordship, there might be
44, right?
Yes.
Out of 61.
Your Lordship, if to consider that ranked one is aiming to go to AIMS Delhi, if there are 50 odd seats, it is very highly not possible here.
What did you answer?
Give me 2 minutes, I'll clarify.
Clarify. While this question has different options treated as
sequence is different.
because there are different question papers where this same question is a different question number.
So sail with them. That's all.
Only.
Let them push the oars. You'll be better. Happier. You might actually
Deletion would not be with my lord.
Both your learned young friends have made very well.
Well, can I request only one thing, my
Case and their case as well.
No. This page number 19 and 20, my lord, we have filed the NCERT textbook also, where it has been mentioned that which is correct one. In 2023, my lord, the correct one has been mentioned. Therefore, my lord, the answer which was given earlier, first time.
IIT Delhi that it is without prejudice.
In the order, man. In the order.
Look, let's not confuse the academic experts by all these linguistic excursions without prejudice. This is an understanding. We have told Mr. Huda that for us it's without prejudice.
Shall we place
If we decide a retest for the entire nation, then this
goes.
But instead of deciding that first, then making a reference, we'll do it simultaneously.
Shall we place our report before them if they need any?
No, let them. That's why we have not even said, what happened, etc. Because then they'll get confused on what exactly. Let them give us that one correct answer.
Notes, can I mention notes? All right, notes, we have filed 6 intervention application in 369 petition number. Notes, that may be allowed and we may be permitted to file a short submission.
Yes.
Grateful.
Grateful, my lord.
ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணரின் புனித தலமான விருந்தாவனத்தில் ஒரு பிரம்மாண்டமான கோவில் புதிய
अब 65 लाख का करोड़ का वैल्यूएशन हो गया, पहले 20 लाख करोड़ था। सरकार ने सोचा बेचना क्यों, अपने आप रखो, ज्यादा डिविडेंड आ जाएगा। यानी कि सब कुछ